Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at the RTA for the City Council meeting. And I might add, this is our last meeting here. You'll hear a little more about that in just a few minutes. And next week will be our first meeting and back home in our new and beautiful council chambers. So I'd like to call this meeting to order and invite Reverend Dr. Russell C. Hildebrandt with Trinity, Our Savior Lutheran Church, to do the invocation.
Good morning, all. Good to be with you once again. I'd like to start with a little story about an orphan. Years ago, a lady visited an orphanage, and she came in and said, I would like the child that no one wants to adopt. Do you have a child like that? And the lady said, yes, I have a 10-year-old girl. She's very homely, not good looking at all, and she has a hunchback. And the lady says, that's the child I want. Well, 35 years later, an orphanage inspector for the state of Iowa submitted the following report. This home is outstanding, it's clean, the food is good, excuse me, the children are well fed, and the atmosphere is like anything I've ever experienced. The director is Mercy Goodfaith. She has a soul that just oozes out love. She has such a beautiful eyes. I forgot how homely her face was, or that she even was a hunchback. Well, I thought this was a kind of interesting story because this city oozes out love. It really, really does. You know, I'm going to give you a new term today. City construction, roads, oozing out love. You see them all over the place. God bless you guys. Good job. Fantastic. But the city also oozes out love in other areas as well. City beautification, oozing out love. Our school system, oozing out love, and especially our parks along the Bayshore, oozing out love. City workers, community leaders, oozing out love for the people of the city. But unfortunately, there are some who still feel like orphans in our city. And that's just not the city leader's job, but it's all our jobs to help people who feel like they're orphaned so that we can love them, because this is a great place to live. It really, really is. And I want to encourage all of us to be those kinds of people where love oozes out from us. Now, there is a great person who oozed out love on the cross. His name was Jesus Christ. He oozed out love for all people. And some of us think we're a little bit better than others. That's just kind of how we see the world, is we always grade ourselves by how good I am or how good I look or how much I have or whatever it is, and we can look down on others. But Jesus looked down on the cross for each and every one of us. So if you really think you're good, ask somebody who knows you very well. They'll be happy to point out your faults. I can tell you that. My wife is very good at it. So I want to encourage this city to continue to oozing out the love. Oozing out that God loves you so much that you will love others and serve this city, because it's a great city. We pray, Heavenly Father, continue to watch over us and bless us as a city. Bless us as families, individuals. Continue to shower down your love on us, and may your love ooze out on us each and every day as we share the joy of knowing Jesus as Lord and Savior, and especially as we're headed towards Easter. The tomb is empty, Lord. Your love oozes out. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend. And now our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Alicia Noyola. She is the senior class vice president at Mary Carroll High School, and she is also ranked in the top 10 of her class.
Okay.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Alicia, and good luck. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Ms. Box, would you please recite the security briefing?
Yes, in the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to my right, the council's left, proceed towards the west stairwell down to the first floor, where you'll exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. Secretary Huerta will account for all the council members, and I will be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. 3 things to remember during the emergency. Please do not use the elevator. Please only return once the all clear has been given. And lastly, if you need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Box. Okay, that takes us to section F, the city manager's comment and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, and the community. We have a couple of items that are important today on the city manager's report. But we recognize that when people go above and beyond, it's important to recognize that. So we're going to begin today to thank certain RTA members for us utilizing or for letting us utilize this facility. So in September of 2023, you may recall the city embarked in an extensive remodeling project of our city council chambers across the street. The Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority was gracious enough to allow the city to utilize this boardroom that we're in today to conduct our meetings and other business. And so believe this or not, over the past 7 months, we've been over here for 7 months, we've conducted 15 city council meetings and several tax increment reinvestment meetings, similar to the one we held this morning. Today marks the last meeting here for the city of Corpus Christi, and next Tuesday on March 26th, the city council will unveil the newly remodeled city council chambers. And as I mentioned today on a radio show, the chambers is as much as a boardroom for this council, but more so a community room where our residents get a chance to see us conduct business of the city. It's really their room, and so they'll see next week that the immense remodel was really for their benefit, not so much us up here. But back to the RTA, on behalf of the City Council, the City Secretary and the staff, we want to take just a few minutes here to thank the RTA team, and especially the following individuals, and thank them sincerely. So we're going to begin with the CEO, Derek Majak is here, and we're going to ask him to come up front as well. Mike Rendon, the Deputy CEO, David Chapa, the Director of IT, Beth Vidari, a Management Aide over Safety and Security, John Esparza, Safety and Security Administrator, Joe De La Rosa, the Network Specialist, and then Marissa Montiel, Executive Assistant. So I personally want to thank the RTA team that'll be up here in a moment, and also thank the RTA security team. I know they've greeted us with such gracious accommodations, as well as the public, and there's been a lot of public that has come up here in the past 7 months. So we appreciate especially the audio-visual support. I know Rebecca's mentioned that several times. We know we can hear and see here, but more importantly, people that can't attend the meetings have relied on the RTA team to make sure the audio-visual works on remote locations. So again, we want to thank the Regional Transportation Authority for their willingness to continue to be a strong community partner with the city government to make this a great place. I'd also at this point like to invite Rebecca to say a few words, and then also we have a few gifts to give to the folks today, correct? So I'll turn it over to you. Yes, ma'am.
So again, thank you so much. We've been in direct communication with most of y'all many times, and you were always willing to help us, and anything we needed, I can't begin to tell you. It's different when we're at the city. You know, we have all our stuff here available, but here at the RTA, you made us feel at home. And we really, and I'm sure you're so happy. We're probably going to leave too, but we were a lot of work. I know we were high maintenance, but we really appreciate everything that you did. And we do have a parting gift for you as well. You were kind enough to give us some RTA swag, so we're going to give you some city swag. And thank you again for everything. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all for the recognition. I would just like to say, congratulations on getting your new council chambers. I look forward to being there, and I look forward to continuing the partnership with the city, and I'm glad we were able to help you out in a time of need.
Yeah, thank you, Derek, and thank you for you and your entire team. Right?
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, now we're going to turn our attention to an important subject, which is our water levels. And as you know, last week we had a media event where we announced that we're in stage 2 water restrictions. That was off-site at our Owen Stevens water treatment plant. So we thought it'd be important today at our next board meeting or council meeting to have Drew Molly, our Chief Operating Officer of Corpus Christi Water, come up and go over what it means to be in stage 2 so that the viewing public can get this information. Drew will cover, we have a pretty extensive communication plan, a new website that'll be launching tomorrow to help individuals understand what it means to be in stage 2. And then Drew will probably touch on it, but today our water levels, even despite all this rain that we seem to have gotten, dropped. It's down to 29.8%, down from 29.9. So this is something that the entire community needs to embrace to get us through this period of not having sufficient rain. And with that, I'll turn it over to Drew. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. As Peter just described, the purpose of today's presentation is to provide a status of the water supply conditions as it relates to stage 2 water restrictions. Secondly, to provide an overview of our communication and outreach program. And then lastly, to provide a quick update on the status of our ongoing water supply strategy, since we know water continues to be in the minds of all of us, especially now more than ever. Just to remind our community, CCW's #1 goal is to provide safe and reliable drinking water, as well as to keep our workforce safe as we conduct our business. Our shareholders are the community that we serve, which includes all customer classes, including residential, commercial, industrial, and wholesale customers. But we also face challenges and Corpus Christi's entire drinking water system depends on rainfall to keep our lakes and rivers full, and this is simply not occurring. Next slide, please. Let's see. One second, we'll get the next slide. Okay, there we go. Okay, so today is a reminder of how important it is to secure other supplies of water besides water from lakes and rivers. Lakes and rivers, as we all know, depends on rainfall to fill those. We are not collecting enough rainfall to sustain the supplies we need to live and grow. We can debate why this is, but CCW's mission, as tasked by this council, is to provide solutions. The above slide here shows data from the combined reservoirs, that's both Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. It goes back to the 1990s, or actually 1990. It shows historical high and low levels, along with a couple recent years, like that of this year and last year. The levels of our current water supplies in the Nueces River Basin, as shown in this figure for the combined reservoirs, are at some of the lowest levels we have seen for this time of the year. At a time when seasonally, and you can see this on the slide, these reservoirs should be fuller. They are not, as there has simply not been enough rain in the watershed. This means we are entering the summer season with far lower water supplies than where we have stood in previous decades, and the future forecasts for additional rainfall are not promising. Next slide, please. As a result of the continued decline of our water supplies, we are now officially below 30% combined water levels at our Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi reservoirs, based on today's readings of 29.8%. To address water scarcity issues, the City Council approved the drought contingency plan that authorizes the city manager to institute stage 2 water restrictions once we drop below the 30% threshold, which the city manager declared a week ago today. Rainfall will need to bring the combined reservoir levels above 40% to get us out of stage 2 and above 50% to get us out of stage 1. So even if tomorrow, if we go back above the 30% threshold, we would still be in stage 2 until we get above the 40%. Next slide. So what are stage 2 water restrictions? It simply means outside irrigation with the use of automated systems is limited to once every other week for all customer classes, which includes commercial, residential, and industrial users. Next slide, please. Corpus Christi water customers can refer to the watering map and schedule for their specific addresses by visiting www.cctexas.com. It's important to note that there are 2 maps to look at. The main map on the left shows the city watering schedule based on residential trash pickup. The second map, which is for a smaller group within the city, is only for a small portion of Cal Allen that is just north of Northwest Boulevard and west of US 77. These residents irrigate on Mondays or Wednesdays, depending on, based on the last digits of their address. So if they end in a 0, it's on Mondays, and if it's ends in 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9, it is on Wednesdays. Next slide. To the extent that we can manage this challenge as a partner with our community, we plan to increase our communication by offering the following measures. So first, we are posting videos on how to conserve water. These are being posted on social media and on TV. We're also posting videos on how industry and commercial businesses are making investments and commitments to conserve water. Secondly, we are working closely with the Xeriscape and Botanical Gardens to offer symposiums on how residents and businesses can conserve water but still have a nice yard for landscaping. For example, we recently had one of these sessions on Saturday, February 3rd at the American Bank Center, where many attendees enjoyed educational and promotional opportunities about smart landscaping practices. Thirdly, we have videos on our website that help our customers understand how to check for leaks and to make sure they have properly working water systems. We know that communication and outreach is critically important to our community, especially when it comes to understanding and supporting the mission of what we're trying to do. We have proactively engaged with key community stakeholders over the last several weeks. This has included environmental groups, civic clubs, professional organizations, Chamber of Commerce's, community and community members who may sometimes be critical of our plans. Over the last couple of weeks, we have also been in close communication with all of our raw and treated water customers to discuss drought as well as other water-related issues. In fact, tomorrow, we're going to be meeting with all of them to discuss critical topics like the status of water supply projects, ways to better collaborate, and how to work together to ensure that our rates stay as affordable as possible to all of our customers in the region. I would like to give a special shout out to those cities in the Coastal Bend who have updated their websites and taken immediate action to notify their customers of the heightened water supply situation. Again, it's important to remind everyone that the Stage 2 water restrictions in the City Council approved drought contingency plan apply to all CCW customers in Corpus Christi, including residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial users. We are all in this together, and we all have a role to play moving forward. Next slide, please. So, as a city, we have invested almost 2 decades of discussion and research into securing a drought-proof water supply like that from seawater and groundwater sources. Now is the time to aggressively implement these new supplies with more vigor and tenacity than ever before. I want to reiterate that the city continues to implement multiple approaches to increase our overall water supply and security. One of these projects, the improvement at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, will actually be considered by this council today. But to summarize the overall approach, it really includes 2 categories. Number 1 is continuing to advance and improve our existing water treatment capacities at Owen Stevens and Mary Roads Pipeline. And number two is to advance and implement water supplies from seawater and groundwater sources to add the water supply resiliency and security that we need. As far as Owen Stevens is concerned, we continue to improve the existing water treatment plant by increasing the treated water capacity of the facility. We plan to make the necessary improvements to provide an additional 30 million gallons a day of firm and reliable treatment capacity within the next 5 years. The Mary Roads pipeline, which as we all know is 140 miles long, brings water to our water treatment plant from Lake Texana and Colorado River. CCW is currently assessing the pipeline's condition and will make recommendations for improvements to increase the volume of water delivered from these water supplies. This will allow CCW to potentially provide the region with an additional 10 million gallons of water per day from our Lake Texana and Colorado River supplies. As far as seawater is concerned, CCW continues to advance the Inner Harbor project. We had an incredible turnout at our February 29th contractor engagement day, where we saw over 150 firms and over 200 attendees. It was clear that our contractor community is very interested in supporting our community to deliver another water supply. We are planning to release requests for qualifications either at the end of this month or very early in April to seek a qualified design builder. We also plan to roll out a new website, as was mentioned earlier, for the Inner Harbor Desalination Project this Wednesday. It will include some conceptual renderings of what the water treatment facility may look like. We also have new videos of staff answering technical questions and more updated frequently asked questions or FAQs to help our community better understand the overall project and its importance in ensuring our community has a reliable, drought-proof supply of water in the future. The second proposed seawater desalination facility, La Quinta, which will support economic growth in San Patricio County, also continues to advance. In fact, the TCEQ will be considering our water rights permit on March 28th at the TCEQ Commissioner's hearing. Between both Inner Harbor and La Quinta sites, the region would have access to an additional 70 million gallons a day once these facilities are up and running. Our groundwater project continues to advance as well, with negotiations occurring weekly. This project could provide the region with up to 24 million gallons a day of new water. So basically, to summarize, within 5 years, the city would have 2 entirely new water supplies. That would be the Inner Harbor and the groundwater source, which would account for an additional 54 million gallons a day of additional water. Plus, we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have the improvement projects that are ongoing at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, which would provide us with an additional 30 million gallons a day. So when you package all of those water supply projects together, that's a total approximately 84 million gallons a day of additional water. This is all encouraging news, but we need to maintain our focus on ensuring that these projects remain on track and to do what is needed to get them across the finish line. Next slide. Okay, just kind of in wrapping up, we know that as a region, we're all in this together. As stated earlier, we have some of our regional water providers or partners here with us today, and I want to thank them again for their continued support and their partnership. I think it's imperative that we hold each other accountable to ensure that our customers follow our respective drought contingency plans. We didn't get here today alone, and we're not going to solve all of our challenges today here alone either. It's going to take continued leadership and hard work from all of us, but we can and we will secure more supplies of water for our community and our region. So with that said, that concludes my presentation, and stand here for any questions or comments.
Ms. Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Drew. Yes, water is a very precious thing that we know water is life, and I, as much as I appreciate this presentation, it would have been helpful had this been up so that the public could see it, because I kept looking for it this whole weekend up to yesterday, and this is not posted. The other things that would be helpful, Drew, is if those numbers, all those numbers that you just stated, would have been stated also on the PowerPoint. So just that, sure. that would be more transparent, and it would be helpful. The other is, every time that I hear the water department say that we're all in this together. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, that's not true, because right now we are in stage 2. And we all know that, what that means for us as far as the residents are concerned. But we know too, if the public does not know, that we will not be able to get out of stage 2 until we reach, I think, 40% of our watershed. And even as much as we hope and we pray that everybody will cut back, it's still not going to help us. So how can we look to industry and say, okay, if residents have to cut back, and that's one of the things that I think I asked you about is, are we looking at are we thinking we can cut back 20%, 10%? You didn't, have time, or I don't know, you didn't answer that question for me. When we're in stage 2, how much of a percentage are we asking from the residents to cut back? And what I would like to propose is for industry to also look at their percentage. If they're using, 10 million gallons per day, if we have to cut back 10%, then I would say they should also cut back 10%. But we, right now, as a city, have no mechanism to force them to cut back. Is that correct?
So how I would answer that question is when we say we're in this together, we're asking everybody to reduce their outdoor watering. We're not asking residents to cut back what they do inside their houses. We're not asking industry to cut back essentially what they're doing inside their businesses. At the end of the day, what we're asking folks to do is really we're trying to change behavior. And changing behavior is not something that's easy to do. We recognize that. And so we're working hard to make sure that the awareness is out there to the degree that we can make that out there. So as I mentioned on our community outreach, we're trying to do as much as we can, and we know that community outreach is something that we evolve, and we need to make sure that we're reaching out to everybody that we possibly can. But what I would say to you is that our idea is we want to cut back on the outside irrigation and watering use, and like I said, that whether it's industrial, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial, we have the same expectations for those different customer classes.
No, and I get that. I mean, okay, cutting back, and I think most people will agree that, okay, we can cut back on every other week, but this is the only time that people like myself that believe that it's still very, very unfair on our water ratepayers, that we have been, basically subsidizing heavy industry for the longest time. And just last year, we were finally able to, start raising those rates, but we still are not there. So all I'm asking for industry, since industry, I don't know, is here, if I could ask them to, when we are in stage 2, which we are, if we could get them, because we just raised them, and I asked you and I asked Reba, did we see a reduction? Even though we raised their rates by, I believe, about 200%, it didn't matter. They used the water as much as they normally do. So evidently, the rate does not matter to them. They didn't. I would have thought we would have seen some, cutback from them saying, well, it's too much, right? But no. So, if that's not going to help them, maybe knowing that, it's putting a burden on us as far as the cost, because all this, like the Mary Rhodes pipeline and the Owen Stevens, which I would assume that we're, I think we're all going to agree that it needs to be done. I mean, it has to be done. But we're also, I'm really am asking that that industry look, and look and see of ways that they can cut back. So I guess that's it for now.
Councilwoman, I would just say that to your point, businesses are in the business to be in a business. They want to cut back. They do not want to use more water than they need to. And so I think there's going to be some good news stories that come out. We have been talking to at least one large volume user who has been seeing a reduction in their water use. And I would tell you, I mean, we talk periodically to the large volume users, and they do not want to spend $1 more on one drop of water if they can help it. And so, like I said, there'll be some good information coming out in the next few weeks where we'll be talking about at least one particular large volume user who has been able to reduce their amount of water that they initially thought that they were going to need over the last couple years.
I believe I have heard that well, what happened, I believe, is that they had estimated that they were going to be using X amount of water, but it ended up that it was less, right? So, but again, can I ask you to please put this PowerPoint in our minutes or however, so that the public can be able to see that, because it's not posted.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Campos.
Yeah, I was just going to say that same identical information's on our website today. May look a little different, but the identical information's on the website. It's been out since last week.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
We'll
you.
put
I
that
would
slide
appreciate
on.
it, though. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to, it's 12:03, so we're going to move on to public comment, and we'll come back if there are any other questions or comments on water. Mr. Risley, would you please review the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, we'd just like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. One is at this time, and one is at the time we actually hear the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer, there it is, with Ms. Huerta. And when you hear that timer or the buzzer go off, if you will please wrap up your sentence or comment, which would be very appreciated. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you'll please hand it to Ms. Huerta prior to speaking, and she'll hand it to us. So with that, we will start with John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. No slides today. I will make this quick. It looks like you have a very full agenda today. I remember my father saying honesty is the best policy. He thought it was the morally and ethically thing to do. In Texas, there is another reason. Texas Penal Code, Title 8, Section 37.02, perjury. A person commits an offense if, with the intent to deceive and with the knowledge of the statement's meaning, number one, he makes a false statement under oath or swears to the truth of a false statement previously made, and the statement is required by or authorized by law to be made under oath. Two, he makes a false unsworn declaration under Chapter 132. B, an offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor. Section 37.03, aggravated perjury. A person commits an offense if he commits perjury as defined in Section 37.02, and the false statement is one, is made during or in connection with an official proceeding, and two, is material. B, an offense under this section is a felony of the third degree. Now that we have that out of the way, I would like to invite the mayor and the council, as well as the city staff and the public, to the Ethics Commission meeting this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. on the 6th floor of the City Hall. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Sean Flanagan.
My name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street, and I am speaking for myself. I'm addressing the city's policy concerning COVID-19 and vaccinations or injections. Monday, the Supreme Court started hearing a censorship case, involving the government's use of social media to censor medical doctors who gave information as contrary to the narrative of the medical establishment during the height of the COVID-19 crisis. Dr. Perry Corey, he pioneered the field of ultrasound use in ERs. If you have an ultrasound in the ER, chances are it's because of his work. He was a frontline doctor during the critical care stage of the COVID crisis. He was one of the censored. He shared recently 3 data points. These are data points. These aren't opinions that I think are worth considering if we look at what we want to do here about COVID-19 injections, vaccinations. First data point. U.S. life expectancy has dropped 3 years in the last 3 years. 85% of the people that died from COVID were elderly. Their deaths would not cause this much of a drop in life expectancy. Mathematically, to get that rate of decline, young people have to be dying. Point 2, in the first 9 months of 2023, there were 158,000 cases of excess mortality. That is in excess of the expected and adjusted for COVID expected death rate. These deaths occurred in young, healthy, and employed, the highest rates being in white-collar employed workers. Point 3, in the last 4 years, 4 million people have been added to the disability rolls. The employed outnumber the unemployed with these new additions to the disability rolls. The only contemporary event that could explain the extent of this amount of unexpected death and disability in young, healthy, and employed population was the deployment of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, which were mandated for much of the young employed population. I have spoken previously on studies that show the highly negative effects of these injections. Give you a perspective, the 158,000 deaths in 9 months of 2023 are greater than the 70 years since the end of the Korean conflict of deaths the U.S. Armed Forces suffered in armed conflict, including Vietnam. 4 million people added to disability rates as you're adding about 1.5% of the population to our disability rates in a 3-year period, We need to know these facts, and we need to evaluate these facts and be fully informed when we decide on City of Corpus Christi policy concerning mRNA vaccines or injections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Rachel Caballero.
Got to knock us regulars out at the beginning, huh? Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I'm still here. Speaking of changed behavior, Mr. Molly, honesty, integrity, and public service. That would be a nice change coming from this council. I wanted to state something for the general public since we can't be honest behind this dais. This issue with desalination and the ammonia plant that's being placed in Calallen, for some of you guys to sit there and say you had no idea it was coming is an absolute lie, and you can do your little statement of facts afterwards too, and we know it's a lie, because the people that have been following this water issue for the last 7 to 8 years knows that you guys are lying to the general public. This is not a party issue either. The people fighting against desalination and the destruction of our Corpus Christi Bay don't have to be left, and they don't have to be right. And the reason I can tell you guys that in true confidence is because some of you are being funded by Democrats, even though you're Republicans. And some of you are being funded by Republicans, even though you're Democrats. A lot of you have now, should we say, embraced the former disgraced CEO, Port Commissioner Sean Strawbridge, and the community will know that. Some of you are in bed with people that you've been claiming to be fighting against the last 2 or 3 years. We're exposing that too. So the jig is up, guys. The public is going to know. They know that you're lying. The affairs behind the dais need to stop too. We are supposed to be a reputable government. Reputable. And we're not getting that from any of you. And I am very happy to say that November is coming, and it's coming quickly. And everyone is up for re-election. Everyone. And the truth is being exposed. Thank you, and have the day you deserve.
Catherine Uller.
Good morning, Mayor Guajardo, Council. My name is Catherine Oler. I live at 1400 Ocean Drive in District 1. I have a master's degree in reading education and taught reading improvement in an at-risk junior high school. Thank you for this opportunity to express my concern. The First Amendment prevents government from requiring you to say something you don't want to, or keeping you from hearing or reading the words of others. Even if you never speak out yourself, you have the right to receive information. John F. Kennedy said, if this nation is to be wise as well as strong, if we are to achieve our destiny, then we need more new ideas for more wise men and women reading more good books in more public libraries. These libraries should be open to all, except the censor. We must know all the facts and hear all the alternatives and listen to all the criticisms. Let us welcome controversial books and controversial authors, for the Bill of Rights is the guardian of our security as well as our liberty. Reading prepackaged snippets excerpted from targeted library books is akin to cramming Cliff Notes. Remember those? For an all-nighter the day before an exam. They neither tell the whole story nor have significant results. If a public school, a public library were to remove every book because it contains one word deemed objectionable to some parent, there would be no books at all in our libraries. Innovators, high-dollar businesses and industries, and forward-thinking next-generation young people are here now in our city and look forward to a bigger, brighter future, not the future of their parents and grandparents. They and we should be afraid of compromising the First Amendment rights we are afforded. Let us not spend thousands of our taxpayer dollars and hours finding a single objectionable word to make a point, to censor knowledge created for everyone, and or to deny free speech or expression, of spending hundreds of dollars to purchase books for reviewers to read the complete book, not snippets. This is a pivotal moment for our future. If we are not inclusive in addressing this issue honestly, thoughtfully, and with open minds, we can and will make doomsday prophecies become reality for all. I am afraid of losing the constitutional rights that we must zealously defend. What are you afraid of? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soler. Deborah Williamson.
Is it possible to put a picture, a photo up or not?
It's not, yeah. You can just pass it out, ma'am.
Yeah, Ms. Williamson, you can just hand it to Ms. Huerta.
Okay.
You want to hand it to her, and she can pass it around, and we can see it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it's two different articles. It's about the same lady. Her name is Mrs. Nache, and I don't believe in coincidences. It's interesting that we're dealing with this something about Nacho.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Okay.
You got to speak in the microphone.
Yeah.
Deborah Williamson, 25 Rock Creek Drive, Corpus Christi, 78412. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I realize this can really be a gauntlet experience for y'all. I mean, anyway, and I'm going to add to it, but I'll try to be, you know, Mr. Flanagan said some very important things. It's not, he came up with the stats. I have that one tragic situation of Mrs. Nache, and what I'm talking about is the nacho money and the, you know, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. And I ask you to sincerely seek the Lord about this nacho money. Is you know, our salvation worth the 75, whatever the amount it is? And this is life and death. These shots have been killing people from the beginning. And I looked on the Nacho 360 website today. I didn't realize they're shooting up little 6-month-olds with this. 6-month-old kids are getting their DNA messed up. Okay, there's nothing good about this shot. They knew it before it ever came out. There was no warp speed. Trump needs to get honest. You know, it's like, this is so tragic. Please, please don't subject more people to this. Y'all need to get this shot out of this city. I know they brought in a lady from wherever that's her thing, is pushing these jabs. Okay, she's responsible for a lot of deaths. Every doctor and nurse and Walgreens given this shot is going to answer to God. I'm going to answer for my things. Y'all are going to answer for if you put this money to use, trying to convince vulnerable people. This lady was a medical assistant. Now she has no legs, no arms, no hands. And of course the article, they lie, you know, oh, it was COVID. No, it was the shot. She was a healthy woman. She took the shot as a work mandate, okay? Just look at her picture. Just look at that. That's not one in a million. That's probably 1 in 10,000. I don't know. Sean is good on the numbers, but please don't pour money into giving this shot to people. This is from the pit of hell. Everyone in here knows people who are dead. I know disabled people. I hear of somebody who died from it almost every day. Please, please stop this murder. This is not, anyway, is that my timer? Oh, I got time. God bless you all. Thank you. I know you make a lot of important decisions. This has biblical analogy. This one, you know, there was Haman, and there was Uncle Mordecai, and there was Esther. And you get to pick who you are. We the people are the people, okay? You're either Uncle Mordecai, Haman, or Esther. You want to be Esther or Mordecai?
Thank you, Ms. Williamson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Swatala.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Since I spoke to y'all 2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, can you state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Here I'm reading. Bruce Sortella, 2800 block of Hulbert in the Inner Harbor neighborhood. Since I spoke to y'all 2 weeks ago, Dr. Peter McCullough, and he is from Austin, Texas, he said on March 11th, we know from 4,000 peer-reviewed papers there are 4 major disease categories that our city promotes via COVID-19 shots. The first is heart inflammation. That's proven. All the regulatory agencies of the United States agree. This leads to cardiac arrest. Proven in peer-reviewed literature is heart attack epidemic among the vaccinated. The second major problem that has been shown is neurologic. Vaccines cause strokes, Guillain-Barré syndrome, seizures, blindness, hearing loss, and nerve system damage, among others. Thirdly, these vaccines cause blood clots, worse than ever seen in medicine. Extending from the ankle to the hip, published by the FDA, and the study is Will and colleagues. Fourth, the vaccines can tip off autoimmunity. The body's own immune system attacks itself. Dr. McCullough continues, When asked how long do we need to worry about the effects of these shots, the FDA guidance on genetic products, like anything that's in NRA, I'm adding, says the window of concern after taking such a shot is 5 years minimum, up to 15 years. He recommends patients get care from a doctor or a clinic that is, and I say awake, that is those that are aware of what's happened with these vaccines. He also recommends 3 natural over-the-counter products to help get rid of the spike proteins if you've been exposed to them: nattokinase, bromelain, and curcumin that's derived from turmeric. I can send all of you emails on these titles. It's going to have a title of 4,000 studies or something like that in the title of your email if you want to look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swatala. Victoria Rogers.
My name is Victoria Rogers. I live at 15837 Grenadine Drive out on North Padre Island, and I am here today to advocate for my wishing to join the ISAC committee. And I sent in my resumes, and I gave you all a lot of information, but I wanted to go through a little some of my background and just talk to you why I feel like I'm a really strong candidate for this position. I graduated from West Texas A&M. My first job was in Bluebell Creameries. I bring that up to you because one of the most important tasks, and I was recruited before I graduated, in that position was to maintain an image of the little creamery in Brenham for the 5th largest dairy facility in the United States. I believe that that was a tough task that showed I could work with a community and work with a progressive group around me, and I thought that was important to bring up. I enjoyed my job, but I wanted to be my own boss. I moved from that position and moved to Port Aransas. I started Gulfscapes Magazine. Gulfscapes Magazine started in Texas, but grew to move around the entire Texas coast. One of the things that I felt like I did really strongly was I went out to little businesses, and I was one of the first people that started to get little businesses to work together. All these little people that had been struggling for their little piece of everything were always afraid because they didn't want to give away their customers. They didn't want to lose any of their influence. I showed them how to take clothes from Julian Gold, wear Peter Barr's earrings, sit on a sofa from Susan Castor, and sit in a house for sale on North Padre Island. And I showed them how bringing themselves together and working with each other brought everything together, and they were all much more successful. But it took a lot of time and work at that time. I also, while I was in Port Aransas, I worked on Beach Walk 1 and 2 with my husband's development company. At that time, that was one of the first gated communities. It was one of the first multicolored communities. And we brought a lot of the development ideas from the Emerald Coast into a little town where 50% of the population wanted new and fancy, and 50% of the population said, we want it to stay the same. But we worked with the community, we worked with the businesses, and we were able to bring that together, and it became a very successful development. It's still there today. You know, I think I did stay in business for 11 years. As I mentioned, I grew my magazine around the Gulf Coast, and I started in Corpus, then South Padre started calling, Houston started calling, Louisiana, Florida. I moved all the way around before, unfortunately, during the BP oil spill, I lost a lot of my business because my business was resorts and real estate. So we closed things down. I went to all my customers personally and told them that I was very sorry and that I felt like I needed to talk to them about what happened and that I appreciated their support for the years. And lo and behold, Sherry Sperling out at Coastline Property said, why don't you come work for me? I said, okay. And she said, yeah, you'll be doing the same kind of things. You're going to be taking pictures. You're going to be working with people, selling. And I said, okay. I went home and talked to my husband. Oh, God. Quickly, I took the courses. I got my real estate license in 1 week. I studied. I took everything. The reason I think all these things are important is because I led to the Texas Leadership Program. I was the first person at the CCA, one of the first people in the first groups to get that. I'm still on the board helping select the next groups. I feel like I'm a fresh face, fresh perspective, but I want y'all to know I have some street cred, and I really want this position. I would do my very best and give you my
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I wanted to take this opportunity to come and really thank your city manager for trying to find ways to supplement our water. We need water, and there has to be a way to do it. We're in stage 2, and if we don't come up with some solutions, people that are crying right now that we're using the wrong way of getting water are going to be thirsting for water. So it is important that you follow through with what's good for the majority of the people. You have a lot of us that come before you and give you suggestions, but this is a minute part of the people. Think about all the people and what's important to them. The desalination plant, don't like it where it's at, but we have to have something to provide water. We have to have something to provide water for us here, for the people that are out there every day at home, trying to make a living and trying to do the things that they need. And to do these things, we need water. So I appreciate what you're doing to try to find solutions, and I appreciate what you're doing with the transparency on the bonds. The people in Corpus have always been very supportive of passing things that are important to us. So I ask you, keep to the road that you think is best for all of the people. And I thank you for what you're doing now.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Ginny Cross.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Ginny Cross, 602 North Staples. I'm here representing the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. Right now, you're getting a flyer that's announcing our upcoming Coastal Bend to Washington, D.C. trip. It's going to be June 3 through 5, and we welcome your participation in that great event. We've had great support from the city in the past, and we look forward to the future. As you can see, you are a co-sponsor of this event, and so, again, thank you for being active participant in this. We are in the process of putting together a program and an agenda for the 2 to 3 day event, and there's plenty of time for your input. So if you're planning to attend and you'd like something specific that you'd like to see, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or talk to Ryan, and we will do our very best to get it addressed. But really, I don't want to take up your time. I just want to say thank you guys for all you do. It's not always an easy job to be a council person, so keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. John Hendricks.
Madam Mayor, I did send a PowerPoint into Cameron. Did he get it? Yeah, did he get it? No.
Did you send it in to the city?
I'm going to have to get a new email for Mr.
Well,
Norman there.
Well, make sure you
Cameron's
send
not
it the
here,
next
but-
time, yeah.
Can y'all check if it went to Cameron's email?
No, we don't have anything, Mr. Hendricks.
That's fine. I'll
Yes, sir.
continue on then.
Right.
Okay, 622 Texas Avenue, John Hendricks. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I was born at Spawn Shoreline, delivered by Corpus's future mayor, Dr. Jimmy Bernard, Dr. Jimmy's father, delivered my father. That man's father, A.G. Hendricks, founded Corpus Christi's IBW chapter, was the chief electrician who built the Reynolds Metals plant up the coast from here, along with many other large industrial projects. I mention this only to help us to remember that there was a time when Corpus Christi grew its own professionals, its own experts. Sadly, this is no longer the case. Now we look elsewhere. We pay a Chicago company huge buckets of our money to search far and wide, anywhere but here, to fill any job that might require some brains. Are we that stupid? Are people who are from here somehow inadequate? Exhibit A. Recently, city staff hired a new health director. That new health director is not from here, nor is she a physician. According to Texas law, a physician is someone licensed to practice medicine. in the United States. On her LinkedIn page, our health director describes herself as a physician, but she is not, according to Texas law, a physician. I know for a fact the city had at least one more qualified applicant for the health director who was a physician, a real MD, an epidemiologist, with decades of public health service, reams of public health papers published, cited 5,000 times by other public health experts writing their own scientific public health studies. And that person, that lady, born in Corpus Christi, did not get a second look. In nature, there's a bird which lays its egg in another bird's nest, and when that little chick hatches, it then rolls its new brothers and sisters up over the rim and down onto the hard ground. You want to know why our young people from here pull up stakes and move away? I appeal to you, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, please revisit our city's hiring practices. Let's stop granting favors to people who are not from here, and stop discriminating against people who are, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. That concludes our in-city, I should say, public comments. The next 5 public comments are non-residents, correct? Ms. Huerta?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay.
So the first person is Jesse Gilbert.
Afternoon, Jesse Gilbert, the Texas State Aquarium Mayor and Council. I wanted to thank you for your support of North Beach. A few weeks ago, the city manager and a number of city managers came out to the aquarium. We hosted a discussion about objectives for North Beach, both short-term and long-term, and great discussion, great dialogue. But what came of that was about a week ago, before spring break, the flurry of activity on North Beach from city staff to clean up North Beach. The aquarium saw 40,000 people last week. 80% of those were from out of town. And they, no doubt, came to a much nicer North Beach because of the city's involvement. And so I want to thank Peter and the staff for that. North Beach looked the best it's looked in probably the last 10 years. I've been here for about 20. It was fantastic. So I just wanted to thank you for that and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert. Oh, go ahead.
Do you want, okay, I didn't know. Okay, so the next speaker is Alma Studer.
Hello, my name is Alma Studer. I live at 5433 County Road 79, Robstown, Texas, and been there 30 years. 30 years prior to that, 5138 Bonner Drive in Corpus Christi. So I was born and raised in Corpus. I want to start with, I oppose the ammonia plant. I did like what the gentleman said about changing our behavior. I feel that we have sought out too many entities that are very large water users without taking care of those that we've already lost. We've lost a few companies. For example, the entity that I think made circuit boards, we lost over 100 people there. We're not giving abatements to entities that don't use water, and we're losing them. I guess I should give you a little bit of background. I hold a bachelor's in petroleum engineering from Texas A&M College Station. I hold a master's in international relations as well from St. Mary's. I work for DOD, and if it weren't for the military, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Boots on ground, Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sandra Arizmendi.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Arizmendi. I live at 4519 FM 1889, and I live right next to the proposed green ammonia plant that's supposed to be built. My concern is the water, also the pollutions that are going to be there, but they're going to use 7.5 million gallons of water per day, which has been promised by the Nueces County Water District. I am upset about it because we are told conserve, which we do as citizens. And I'm just worried that We've already promised this water to this big industry in our area, which also shares water with Corpus Christi, I believe, through the Nueces County River. Okay? The Nueces River runs all the way up to, I don't know, past Uvalde. And there's so many people using that water right now, and everywhere in that area, there's a drought, especially here, you know? So how do we allow those people to come in and take our water without restrictions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Marie Lucio.
Before I start, I would like undivided attention because I only get a minute, okay? The fate of our area should not fall only on the shoulders of the Robstown ISD and the Commissioner's Court's abatements. An
Can you
area
state your name and address,
Robs-
please? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Who was that?
Can you state your name and address, please? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Marie Lucio, 4899 County Road 30 in Robstown, Texas.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Calallen citizens' community safety falls upon the leaders of the city of Corpus Christi. Our leaders' complacency is unacceptable. I cannot count in one hand the number of leaders who have come forward and publicly spoke against Avena, not concern, against. Okay. You sign your name as leaders of the city, mayor, councilmen, districts at large. You hold the position and power, so where do you stand? What have y'all done to secure the safety of your citizens? And not only the safety of the citizens, the safety of the water. If you have not been there, there is an open canal right across from the ammonia plant, right across. They plan on creating 3.2 billion gallons of ammonia. Thank you.
Next is Mayra Alanis.
Good morning. My name is Mayra Alanis. I live at 4695 FM 1889. I do not live in the city of Corpus Christi or Robstown, but I do live less than half a mile from Avena. Avena's problem is not just the Northwest community problem. It is Corpus Christi's problem. Water District number 3 is claiming 3 million gallons per day of water rights that apparently the city of Corpus Christi is using. On top of that, they're asking for approximately 7.8 million gallons per day for the production of $3.2 billion, 3.2 million gallons of ammonia per year. We have engineers that have calculated this and says it cannot be done on 7.8. It needs way more than that. So when Avena comes into production, whatever water crisis we're in, it's going to get worse. Currently, we're depending on nature to give us our water. We can't depend on nature when we're, 1, climate change, 2, who banks on nature? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Last, we have Dustin Cronin. And he'll be, yeah, there he is on WebEx video. Mr. Cronin, are you ready? We can't hear you, sir. Can you unmute your mic? We still can't hear you.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. Dustin Cronin, 101 Poesta Drive, Portland, Texas. Yeah, I know it's been months since I have been here giving public comments, and I am now a nonprofit owner. Just got 501c in July, and we are spreading awareness for individuals with autism around the community and around the coastal bend. And I do appreciate City Council and Mayor and the City Manager for helping us get the awareness out and everything, and even in the police department and the school districts, and we're also trying to get it out everywhere as well. And we've made a lot of progress, but there is more work to be done, and I know we can do this. And thank y'all, and have a nice day, and God bless y'all, and God bless Corpus Christi, and God bless America, God bless Nueces County, and God bless Texas.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dustin.
Mr. Cronin.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
So, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
It does, but we'd like to make some comments, and I'll let the city manager speak here in a minute in regards to the last several public comment that was made regarding Avena.
Right, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we do want to thank those folks for coming in and sharing their concerns with us. So the Avena group is, they secured property and other business dealings outside the city limits. So their plant location is not in the city of Corpus Christi. So we don't have much jurisdiction on the location of their plant. What we do have a concern with, or what we do have an option to look into, is water rights. And so, as the speaker said, Avena and WCID number 3, the Robstown Water District, plan on accessing water from the Nueces River. They have run-of-river rights, so they have a right dating back about 100 years to access river under certain conditions, and that's what we're going to work with them on to make sure that their modeling is accurate in terms of how much water they could get from the Nueces River. Their river rights date back before the city's 2 dams or 3 dams were put into place. And so the amount of water they may have had access to 100 years ago may not be the same today. And so our job is to work with the water district to make sure both sides, the water district and the city of Corpus Christi, understand who has what water rights. And that's what we're working on today. But the city didn't grant any water rights to them. We didn't do a contract with WCID number 3 or Avena, nor did we permit or allow the siting of the plant there because it's out of our jurisdiction. So hopefully that clears up some of the comments, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, well, actually, we're handing it back to you.
That's right. We're going to have Drew Molly come back up. I think there were a few more council comments on our drought restrictions.
Yes, that's right. Councilman Husley, and then Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. See what, I think I've got it all turned on here. Drew, thank you very much for the report and appreciate all your comments. So I've received a lot of this, I've received this question more than once, and I got it again this morning on the radio. What about all the car washes? I mean, we've been inundated with new car washes here in the city in the last year or so, and people are concerned. We're telling them they can't water their yard, but we've got car washes everywhere. So tell us a little bit about that. And also along with that, our own water parks that the city owns are in the process of constructing. How are those going to be impacted, and what are we going to do for water conservation? And I think everybody here knows my position on those. I've not been in favor of them ever. So my position has always been that governmental entities should not own water features. And I know the mayor doesn't like to hear me say that, but anyway, if you could address that.
Sure, Councilman, thanks for the question. So with regards to car washes, you know, those are businesses. And, you know, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to limit outdoor watering. So in terms of car washes, those would not be businesses that we would be in the business of regulating what they do inside the walls of a car wash facility. So at least not in the stage of water restrictions that we're in 2 or 3. We can apply surcharges, which we elected not to do for stage 2. Surcharges could be something that we elect to implement in stage 3, but ultimately what the businesses do inside their buildings is not something that we would be curtailing or limiting at this point. As far as
So
out-
have we had any discussions with them, though, about what they do as far as water conservation? Do they recycle their own water, or what have we done to address that? I mean, Ms. Councilwoman Campos makes a big deal out of industry, being responsible and conserving water. What about them?
Right. So we know that car washes tend to be pretty efficient with the water that they use. They recycle much of the water that they use. That's not to say that they recycle all the water, but when you look at how much water we would use as an individual to wash our car versus what a professionally licensed and car wash, it pales in difference. So, like I said, car washes are not something that we're in the business of regulating, and we have no anticipation that we would be doing that. Like I said, we're really focused on the outside irrigation.
Okay, the other question I received is, if I'm an individual resident and I'm out in my driveway washing my own car, is that restricted?
No.
Okay.
Or is it?
Just a second, Drew. Miles,
Okay.
we have the drought management plan here.
You want to answer that?
Water users.
Esteban, go ahead, Esteban.
So with that question out, it is not completely restricted. What we encourage and what the plan describes to do is to cut back the non-essential watering. So when you were going to water or wash your car, you're going to want to use a handheld hose with a shut-off valve and use a 5-gallon bucket. So as you can see, it's trying to be more efficient with the water resources that we have, so we're not wasting non-essential water.
Okay. Okay, and with respect to other cities, are they implementing this same restriction with respect to water in their yards? All the cities that we supply water to?
The short answer is they should be. We don't have jurisdiction over these other cities. So what we're doing is we're reaching out to them and making sure that we're in lockstep.
How can we not have jurisdiction when we are selling them the water?
Yeah, Councilman, we can't, so here in the city of Corpus Christi, with our municipal court system and our co-compliance officers, we can cite a resident because they're a resident of the city or a business of the city of Corpus Christi. We can't go into a neighboring jurisdiction and issue.
No, I
a
understand
cite.
that, Peter. I understand we can't
Right.
send the police force over to another city,
Co-compliance,
but we are the regional water supplier. Why are we not saying to those cities?
We are.
That you need to implement the same water restrictions for your residential customers as the city of Corpus Christi
Right.
is imparting on our residential customers.
Yeah, so as Drew said, we are doing that, Councilman, but if the question is, can we have enforcement action? No, but we do encourage, at the briefing that we did where we announced stage 2, all of our major wholesale and retail customers were there. Later that day, they sent us copies of media releases that they put out and that they put on their websites that are identical to ours. So the answer to the one question is, are we encouraging them? Do we ask them? Do we monitor them? Yes. Can we go cite them and have really an enforcement arm? No, we can't, because they're not in the city limits. But they are, and we're going to be meeting with them all tomorrow for about 2 hours, as we'll be doing now for each quarter, and encouraging them to follow those. Because as Drew said, they know that their water supply is only as good as ours, so.
Okay.
Right. Mhm. Yes, sir, good
All right.
comments.
Moving right along, last question. With respect to the May Roads pipeline study that HDR is doing, when are they going to be done?
So they're ahead of schedule. The original anticipated schedule was June, and they're going to have the information basically finalized in May. We're going to be meeting with them in early April to go over the information that they have generated as a result of the work that they've been doing over the last 6-7 months. One of the things that's going to be, I think, really important to bring to this council is that they were very successful, they being HDR and their team, deploying an acoustic tool that was put inside the pipeline. And the acoustic tool kind of looks like a basketball, if you want to describe it that way. And that tool was basically put in the pipeline and floated down the entire pipeline, essentially picking up information about the condition of the pipeline. And so that tool was successfully retrieved. It came out at Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, and they have taken that tool back to their headquarters, and they are looking at all the data that is then going to be available to us. We're going to be talking about this in early April, which is in a couple weeks, and then we'll essentially look at the situation as far as how much work do we need to do, where are the vulnerabilities in the Mary Roads pipeline. The long-term approach is we'll have some projects that we'll probably have to implement to make some repairs to the pipeline. There's probably leaks on the line that we are not aware of. That's not unusual. Large infrastructure like this has this happen, but I would say we're pretty proactive. Not a lot of utilities actually go to the measures that we went to put in a tool like this in the pipeline. And so ultimately we'll have very good information. We'll be able to have some projects that we'll implement. And our plan is that we'll have a pipeline that's in a better condition so we can push it a little harder to get more water down it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, and looking at Route 2 stage, it is something that the city manager per ordinance is allowed to go forward with without city council approval. In stage 2, there's a segment there that you can increase rates by double if that's part of that without city council approval. And now you said you weren't going to do that just in your answer to Councilman Pusley. But I think that's something that I think it would behoove you to ask our permission on rates as opposed to do that unilaterally. I mean, I think that's
go ahead.
I think that's probably an oversight on our part in the drought contingency plan with regards to rates, since we set them as a council during our budget cycle. But going forward, if we go into stage 3 or anything like that, or if you're planning to change rates, I suggest you get permission from the council as opposed to do it unilaterally.
Right, yeah, so the drought management plan, that is a council-approved document, does say the city manager needs to confer with the city council on calling stage 2, which we did abundantly, numerous ways. And you can still increase rates if you want, Councilman. I'm not recommending it, but you can if you want.
As a matter of fact, I recommend against it.
What's that?
I recommend against it.
Okay.
So the second question I have is associated with your meeting you have scheduled tomorrow. Now, I know some of our partners that we sell, or should I say customers that we sell water to, are starting to consider alternate water supplies, such as what Alice did here recently with doing a groundwater, brackish water desal. This is concerning, considering we're about to take on a huge capital project that has a lot of cost to it, and if we can't spread that cost out to these other entities, which I assume that's what the plan was, and this is why I said earlier that we needed to communicate what that was going to happen, which we didn't. So tell me, what is the strategy here? If they decide to leave and we get left holding the bag here, so to speak, what's the plan?
Well, I would just say that a lot of these other a lot of these other cities that are in the same situation that we're in, which is dependency on one source of water, they're doing the best that they can to make sure that they have the resiliency and security built, their water security built into their system. And so much like what we're trying to do, we're trying to find other supplies. They're trying to do the same thing. And so I think a big part of what we are trying to do is to make sure that the confidence is there for the region, that we are looking for alternative supplies. We certainly don't want to lose customers. I think, but at the same time, I guess it's probably important to note that some of these other cities, they are going to do what they need to do to secure those water supplies. So Alice is one example, who will be here tomorrow or will be with us tomorrow. And they are probably going to talk to us a little bit about why they did that. I'm sure it's probably not rocket science. We know why they did that. They did that because they want to have more security in their water supply. And so we're trying to do the same thing. We want to have other water supplies so that our region is strong, and that hopefully other cities don't necessarily feel like they have to do that.
Okay. So just as a concern, like I said, once we go forward and the, $720 or $56 million is a large chunk to bite off. If we lose customers, then we're stuck paying for it. So in looking at this, I'm curious as to what kind of response you get from these other cities that I'm sure we haven't given them the information as to what their cost is going to be with regards to this desal facility. So I don't know if we even really know what that breakout's going to be. That might be a good thing to share beforehand, so at least they have the information to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can. So, Drew, we do know the cost based on initial modeling from our rate analysts, and we have shared that with them, and we'll share it again tomorrow. But can you also add, Drew, that those customers are smaller compared to, say, the city or to San Pat Water District, right? They're taking just a couple million gallons.
Right.
Right. So yeah.
One of the things, and of course, we're going to have some more protracted conversation later in the year. I say later in the year, in the next couple months, is we are going to be talking a lot about the rates and how these rates are going to be structured. And so, I've said before, rates are a bit of an art as much as they are a science. But one thing that is very clear as we talk to experts in this business is that the seawater source of water, just like a groundwater source, is a new water supply. It's a new raw water source. And so everybody, and everybody pays a raw water cost, everybody would pay for that new supply, whether it's a groundwater source or a seawater source. And so we've done some high-level rate modeling to try to better understand and determine what that number is. It's going to change. There's a lot of variables that go into that. But we have shared that information, and we are going to talk to them tomorrow about that. If these numbers, if these rates, or if the costs associated with the groundwater and the surface water or seawater supply are allocated totally into the raw water cost, essentially what we're looking at is about $1 to $1.50 per 1,000 gallons for raw water. And so we've been very clear with everybody. We've said that a new water supply is going to cost everybody. It's going to cost everybody. And so we'll explain that tomorrow and explain too, like we're just talking now, that more information will be forthcoming as we develop these rates.
So, Drew, even at $1, that's, or between $1 and $1.50 is over 100% increase in their raw water cost, right? So it's something to address and find out. I mean, because if you give them that information, they're going to have to do the financial analysis if it's cheaper for them somewhere else.
Right. So if you looked at a typical residential user who uses 6,000 gallons, and I know we always talk about the impact to the residential customer, but this wouldn't be them. They would be wholesale customers, so they would have to do a little bit more math on this. But if you're talking about a residential user of 6,000 gallons, you're talking about an extra $6 to $9.50 a month. And one of the things that we've
that's
talked
just for the raw water.
Just for the raw water. Just for the raw water. But again, we're not talking about treated water. We're talking about allocating all of these costs in the raw water category. And so that is essentially what the numbers look like. Again, numbers may change a little bit as we get more into the details of the rates.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Drew, thank you. No. Oh, yes, Councilman Clay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Drew, sorry, I feel a need to pick nits. So on slide 6 of your presentation, you said that CC Water had consulted environmental groups. Can you name those environmental groups, or can your staff name the groups that you talked to about this?
Yeah, so, one of the
Because
groups
I'm
that-
the president of the local Sierra Club group, and we've not been consulted about this. I just talked to the Surfriders Foundation. They've not been consulted either.
Okay. Yeah, I know we have talked to the Surf Riders Club. We have met with them in the past. I have not personally met with the Surf Riders Club, but that is an organization that we have met with at least one time, if not more.
About stage 2 water restrictions.
We have not met, to my knowledge, we have not met with them yet.
Right.
From stage 2.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just to continue, when I do give presentations, I talk about all water resources. The drought contingency, what's going on, talk to CCA, I've talked to the Heart Institute, I've talked to the Bay and Estuary Foundation, we've talked to, again, surf riders. We're out, if you want us to give a presentation and talk to you, we'll go out and give you a presentation and talk to you. Like Drew said, we love talking about water.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we have accuracy. Thank you.
You got it.
I still have one
Councilwoman
more.
Campos.
Back to the drought contingency plan. I remember when we first got on city council, Councilman Klein, the contingency plan had we were going to vote on it. I believe it was about the same time, it was March. So that was paused because we ended up, because of his initiation, that we have community listening sessions, right? I think that's what they were called. So right now, this contingency plan that we have, this drought contingency plan is, I believe, 5-6 years old. How old is this? But
Is it 2018? 2018?
So
Yeah, it's up for renewal. So this is something that is it's on the action list. So we'll be,
okay,
we'll be bringing this back to council. I think we have it scheduled for late April is when we're talking about conceivably bringing this back to council to have them have you update and approve it.
Well, because again, during those talks, those listening talks, what came out of that is also the 25 cents per 1,000 exemption fee, and we really do need to address it. I don't know if we need. Like I said, I need to bring it up so that I don't forget and that the public doesn't forget that right now it's in place and that large industry users have that, are able to do that, which, they're able to use as much water as they want. They're exempt from all the drought stages if they pay 25 cents for 1,000 gallons. So we need to address that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campos.
Okay, Mayor, we just have one more item, and it's an important one because we want to recognize our partnership with the Naval Station Corpus Christi. And so this last item is just an announcement for the completion of the replacement of the natural gas system at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. This project was made possible by what we call the DEAG, the Defense Economic Adjustment Grant, awarded by Governor Greg Abbott's Texas Military Preparedness Commission through a competitive selection process back in 2021, early 2021. So in early 2021, the Navy had identified replacing natural gas lines as a priority infrastructure project on the base. Decades of exposure to severe corrosive and erosive service environments left the line in severe deterioration, with over 25 leaks at the time when they submitted this application. So in July of 2021, the City Council approved the acceptance of almost $1 million in state DEAG funds to replace approximately 45,000 linear feet, and that's about 8 miles. So a grant to replace 8 miles of what was then 78-year-old natural gas mains through the base at Naval Station Corpus Christi. So the funds were matched with $250,000 from in-kind resources from the City of Corpus Christi, and then another nearly $1 million from federal funding through the Navy. So in total, this is about a $2 million project, mostly from state and federal monies, with the partnership of the city. However, that's an important note, and that's why we're bringing it up today. That natural gas line provides obviously gas service to the military base, but also 40 tenants that they have there that are doing defense operations. And so construction began, just a quick timeline here on the project itself. Construction began a little over a year ago in February of 22, and the installation was successfully completed last week. And the reason Bill is at the podium is because the city's gas department, led by Bill Mahaffey, did 100% of the replacement in our partnership with the military, saving significant dollars to the military and the region. This project is yet another example of the city's and I don't have to really even say this because people know it about this city council, the city's strong support for our local military partners at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and we are proud to leverage state and federal grants to make this possible. We want to thank NASCC, the Texas Military Preparedness Commission, Governor Greg Abbott's office, and our state legislative delegation for supporting this project. I also want to recognize Commander Sharp. He's the Public Works Officer, should be in the audience there. Commander, thank you. And also thank our Intergovernmental Relations Liaison, Ben Pollock, is here as well. Ben, we thank you for coming in today. And just to say a few additional words, we want to turn over to Bill Mahaffey, who successfully led and completed this project for the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. Bill?
Thank you, Peter. And good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Yeah, just to be short, Peter said a lot about our project, and this, actually, we can go to the next slide. So you can see on this map, this is all the infrastructure that we replaced out at the Naval Air Station. Like Peter was saying, they had an old steel lines. We've been supporting the Naval Air Station for probably 3 or more decades. We've always been out there to help them. They're actually one of our largest customers, so we have a good partnership with them. And we do all the work with our in-house crews on all their repairs in the past. So when we had this opportunity, we jumped on it, and we have a great gas construction team. As y'all know, we do probably 99% of our construction in-house with our crews, and it's a great asset to have to save money. So we can go to the next slide. Oh, go ahead.
So let me understand. Go back one slide, please. So everything is colored on that photograph you replaced? Red, yellow, blue, orange, blue, everything?
Yeah,
all?
now the blue part of it, it was existing poly infrastructure. And so a portion of those we did replace as we found some issues there. But I would say probably 50% of the blue, and then everything, all the other colors we replaced in this project.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Next slide. So I just want to acknowledge my team and also the team out at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, because this is a tricky project. Working out at the base can be difficult. There's a lot of infrastructure there. There's a lot of lines that aren't on maps. They run into hurdles left and right. If it was an open field, we would have been done a year ago or more. But it's very difficult to go through that, as it is in the city. When we do city projects, it's also very difficult to get around all the utilities. But I want to recognize my gas construction team members that completed this project. Mostly our gas construction manager, Keith Rodriguez, Ray Chavez, gas construction work coordinator, and then I've got our crews here that worked on different portions of the project. They weren't out there all at the same time, but they took shifts on different sections. So crew 220, leader Abel Silva, crew 236, Miguel Arredondo, crew 283, Will Morgan, and crew 234, Frank Villagomez. And the names that I announced are the crew leaders. And then also out at the Naval Air Station, we worked with Steve, I'm going to get this name wrong, but Godlib, sorry, Susan Foreman, and Jason Walker. And that was our team there. A lot of our other technicians helped as far as like our pressure group. We helped them with their meters, repairing their meters, replacing some of their meters while we found issues out at the job site. And with that, I'll introduce Commander Jason Sharp. He's going to say a few words, and then I'll be here to answer questions.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo, City Council. I'm Commander Joshua Sharp, the Public Works Officer for Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. We oversee new construction, building maintenance, environmental compliance for the base. We also provide facility support to base tenants including the Chief of Naval Air Training and the Corpus Christi Army Depot. Last year, our office executed over $80 million of work and awarded $22 million in new projects. My family and I moved to Corpus Christi last summer, and it was immediately apparent that the base and surrounding community have a long-standing and close-knit relationship. We received a warm welcome stemming from the passion this community has for the service members stationed here. That sense of unity on the personal level is well illustrated at the community level by this natural gas line project. This is a tangible example of the partnership between the state of Texas, the city of Corpus Christi, and the Navy to provide win-win solutions for our community. It provides updated, resilient infrastructure to the base, as well as a local economic investment. NES Corpus Christi and the city of Corpus Christi are on the leading edge of the Department of Defense's effort to find ways for military bases and their surrounding communities to develop mutually beneficial initiatives to improve mission readiness, enhance quality of life, and build relationships at the local level. This project will no doubt be a case study for other communities across the country. While we celebrate the success, there are also 4 ways our partnership is moving forward. First, following the natural gas line project, we are processing 2 more state-approved DEAG grants that will follow the same model to provide infrastructure support to the installation as executed by the city. Second, we are finalizing an intergovernmental support agreement that will expand our partnership beyond the DEAG projects and allow the city to execute on-base projects using Navy funding when there are expected cost savings. Third, the installation stands ready to review and endorse initiatives as you pursue Defense Community Improvement Program grants for off-base projects that also benefit the base population. Lastly, we are actively recruiting construction partners to support the Corpus Christi Army Depot's modernization initiative, which will bring an estimated $1.6 billion in updated industrial facilities and equipment. Those companies can bring additional construction and maintenance capabilities to both the city and the installation. And I appreciate the partnership with the city's Director of Public Works in helping me understand city initiatives so I can share both military and municipal opportunities with interested companies. Again, thank you for the warm welcome my family and I have received at Corpus. I look forward to continuing the fantastic relationship between the base and the city, and I'm very excited for the opportunities we have to jointly play a key role in our nation's defense while also making our community a better place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander, and we couldn't share that sentiment more. We're so proud and to be strong partners, because it goes both ways. And as you say, this is a huge investment in, our economic platform, our economic environment. It really is, because our naval installation is a very big part of the city of Corpus Christi. I also want to recognize one person who worked on this for multiple years, she's no longer with us, but Tammy Embry did. She was our intergovernmental relations representative. And of course, Ryan Skrabarczyk, who's, wave your hand, Ryan, there he is, who also worked on this endeavor, because it's taken quite a bit of people to get to where we are today. And we really, truly appreciate you being here, and welcome to Corpus Christi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a quick question, and it is, how many miles of pipeline did y'all work on? I mean, if there was a total. Sorry if I missed it.
For just this project?
Yes.
So I think it was around 8 miles, as I think Peter did the math earlier.
8 miles for approximately $2 million.
Yes.
That is amazing. Thank you very much. This isn't the second great job that you've done or pulled a miracle out of your hat, so I do appreciate it. And I just want to suggest to Mr. Zanoni, maybe we should hire the governor's office and/or NAS to help us with all of our projects in the future. But thank you very much. This is amazing, and other departments need to take note of this.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Great project, Bill. Thanks for all your and your team's work on this. Is there any way to quantify in dollars how much was associated with our construction installation sweat equity that the city gave in addition to the 250?
So the 1.95 million actually came, all of that pretty much came to the gas department.
Okay.
And
okay.
we track it on Maximo, and we're about breaking even on this. I mean, it is a lot of work. But one of the reasons that we committed to do this is because the Naval Air Station's one of our largest customers. And I don't know if y'all know about the gas department, but we go above and beyond for our customers. When our customers call for a project, we jump on it and help them, especially if there's some revenue that is attached to it. And so we're happy to be able to help them.
Great job. Thank you.
Yeah, so Bill, that 1.9 was for labor and materials?
Yes.
And
yes,
excluded
sir.
any profit, so if you were a private company,
No,
you probably would have had a big markup for profit?
Yeah, there was no profit involved.
Right.
Yes, so.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Bill, thank you for your leadership.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Yeah, oh, Councilman Presley.
That's a great point, and we need to emphasize that although the city, spent $1.9 million to do this job, they are one of our largest customers, and that comes back to the city in the form of the rates that they pay for the gas that they use. So
Yes, sir.
it's an important distinction, and people in the community need to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, thank you. Okay, Peter, is that?
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we are going to go ahead and go on to board and committee appointments. Oh, before we move on to that, I want to clarify, Councilman Hernandez made a comment. The city manager, nor does anyone else in this organization other than the council, have any authority in terms of raising rates. Now, what's in the DCP, the drought contingency plan.
Yeah, right.
The drought contingency plan, what is stated is he is able to impose, I guess you could say, a surcharge, but that is very different in stage three. Two? Is it two, Peter?
2 as well,
In
yeah.
stage 2 as
2
well.
and 3,
So
right.
what he's able to do is impose a surcharge, not raise rates. Those are two very different things. Essentially, you can say they are the same thing, but raising rates takes this body and this body only. So what it states in there, to be specific, is that the following measures are optional water use restrictions that may be implemented by the city manager or designee with city council approval. A drought surcharge of up to and including 100% of the total monthly water bill over the monthly allocation may be added to the customer's bill to deter discretionary water use, as explained in section 11. So bottom line is it's a surcharge, not raising rates. Two very different things. Rates are under the authority of this body. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, yeah, thank
I
you for
didn't
doing
hear
that.
that clarified very well earlier, and I thought, wow, I didn't think it said that. So just want to make sure you knew that.
Yes, Mayor, it was kind of a semantics to where the person that actually is paying the utility bill doesn't realize it's a surcharge. All they see it's rates. I know it's stated as a surcharge,
yeah.
but I didn't want to
Yeah.
muddy the waters, so to speak. But in that sense, that it's still a charge
Sure.
that goes on the utility bill.
Yes.
So for all intents and purposes, they don't see it as something separate.
Right, but it would be listed if
Yeah,
that
so we
was to
didn't,
happen.
I did not recommend it, right, and when we
Right.
declared the stage 2.
Right.
But if the city council wants to, it's still the prerogative to do that. I didn't think based on my communication with the council,
Yeah.
there was no council member said, let's have the surcharge, therefore
Right.
I didn't recommend it.
Right.
But it's
With-
not too
with
late
that,
if
Mayor,
the council
my
wants to.
recommendation was, when we relook at the drought contingency plan, the surcharge should be approved by council. It shouldn't, I understand that confer with
Yeah.
that, but anything that changes to the bill, utility bill, should be approved by council.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. So we will be, Councilman Hernandez, bringing back the drought contingency plan for update. It has to be updated every 5 years
Oh, that's right.
according to TCEQ.
That's
I'd be more than happy to delegate that to the city council.
Yeah.
No one person should increase the water bill. So if you all.
Especially in an election year.
Right.
Especially what?
Especially in an election year.
There you have it, okay. So we'll bring that back.
Want to do it?
Council.
Okay, anyway, well, let's move on. We have board and, thank you, Peter and Councilman, board and committee appointments.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Building Standards Board. There are 4 vacancies on the board representing the following preferred but not required categories: 2 at large and 2 alternates. Catherine Giffen at large and Merced Peña at large, they're seeking reappointment. and their attendance rates are in your packets.
I move to approve.
Motion to reappoint.
Motion to reappoint.
Okay.
Second.
So, all right. I'm sorry. Who's the pro tem?
Who are we reappointing? I'm sorry.
Oh, Everett, would you mind taking over since we just need a call for the vote? So there was a motion and a second to reappoint Ms. Giffen and Mr. Peña.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, yeah. And then there's Mr. Barrera. Okay.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. So then we have 2 alternate positions to fill. And at this point, we could open the floor for nominations. That would be great.
I'd like to nominate William Ewing.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to nominate Bill Ewing.
Okay, Mr. Pesley, we can't hear you. If you would turn your microphone on, and I think Mr.
I'm
Barrera
sorry,
made the same.
Roland, I didn't have my microphone on. I nominated Mr. Ewing as well.
Okay, Mr. Ewing, thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem, I'd like to nominate Mr. Chick Henderson.
And I'd also like to nominate Brandon Harper.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate
Harper.
Joseph Hurd.
I'd like to nominate Clark.
I'm sorry, we need to slow down just a minute. Mr. Hernandez, who did you say?
Hurd.
Hurd.
Joseph Hurd.
Okay, Joseph Hurd. So we have Ewing, Henderson, Harper, and Hurd. Is there another?
Clark, please.
Clark, okay. Okay.
And this is for those 2 open
Yes,
positions?
just for 2 slots, that's right.
Alternate slots.
Yeah, 2 alternates, that's right.
10 applied, 6 nominated.
Okay, very good. All
I'm
right,
supporting the
so,
District 5 guy.
council members, if we could vote for 2. And Mayor, do you have a preference on where we start? Okay, Ms. Campos?
Yes, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, and you have one more. There's 2 positions, if you'd like.
And Mr. Henderson. Let's see. I'll pass for now.
Okay, just one.
Hurd and Henderson.
Hurd and Henderson. Mr. Pesley?
Let's see, I want Ewing. And,
Ewing
Brandon Harper.
and Harper.
Clark Ewing.
Clark and Ewing.
Ewing and Henderson.
Henderson. Mr. Barrera, do you want to?
Ewing and Harper.
Ewing and Harper. Got it? Okay. Mr. Roy?
I'll nominate Ewing and, who's the other one? And Henderson.
Okay, Ewing and Henderson. All right. Mr. Klein?
Henderson and Hurd.
Hurd. Mm-hmm. Mr. Suckley?
Ewing and Clark.
Ewing. All right, so it's Ewing and Henderson. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have the Construction Trade Advisory and Appeals Board. Okay, there's one vacancy representing the category of HVAC technician. So while you do have a number of applicants, there's one who does meet that category, the HVAC technician. This one is required, so it's not preferred but not required. It's required.
I would move we approve Saul S. Escovel as the
Second.
Okay, so Mr. Pesley made a motion to appoint Mr. Esquivel, the only nominee who meets that category.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say, this one is for the...
For construction trade, and it's an HVAC technician. Saul Esquivel is the only individual who fills that category on that one. Yeah, and that one's not, it isn't preferred but not required. It's required.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Okay,
So next we have
Yeah,
are you okay, Mayor? Okay.
Yes.
Next we have the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District. So this board, state law requires the council to confirm the election of officers annually. And the board conducted elections recently, and the following members were elected as officers: Dan McGinn, President; Drew Molly, Vice President; and Jeff Edmonds, Secretary.
I just have a question about the aquifer. Where is the aquifer? Do we have an aquifer?
Yes, we do, Councilwoman.
What is that?
Yeah, we studied, we had a consultant study many years ago, locations in Nueces County that would be conducive for a recovery and storage system. So the location is near the airport. Yeah, near the airport is where the geological formation is conducive for storage and recovery of water.
Pump water in there and lift the runway up.
Right.
Okay, so it's there, but we don't actually, it's not in use. I mean, it's not, we don't have one,
No, there's no, it's not a water-producing aquifer per se. We know the Evangeline aquifer, not too far from here, is an aquifer formation. But this committee was for ground storage and recovery. So it would be an aquifer that would be, you would put water into it and then take it out when needed. We can show you the map. We'll show you the map, and there's a study that Esteban can review with you. It's one of our water source projects, that's in line. And so many cities like San Antonio have a massive one that has really brought them out of some of the driest conditions. They recover water from it, and when water is plentiful, they place water back into that system. So it's common in in the water world.
No, I agree. The only thing is that, we've gotten some water, right, but it never falls in the right place. Right, it doesn't go to Choke Canyon.
Yeah, and one thing, I'm sorry to interrupt. One thing we're looking at for this one is to place reclaimed water from our wastewater treatment plants. That's treated, obviously.
Okay.
And then it could be placed in there and then further treated once it's brought back out.
Okay, well, that sounds promising.
It's very promising. That's why it's one of our top projects that we're working on.
Okay, thank you. With that, I make a motion to approve, be appointed.
So you're going to, Ms. Campos made a motion to confirm the officers as presented.
So.
Is there a second?
I don't understand, Rebecca.
Yes, sir.
Is this for all 5 of these people, or just
It's for
ones
just
in
the
yellow?
officers. So this is a different type of board where state law requires the council to confirm their officers. So there's 3 officers that they have. It's the president is Dan McGinn, the vice president is Drew Molly, and the secretary is Jeff Edmonds. So we're asking the council to confirm those.
Winkleman and Miller, we don't have to take any action on them?
No, sir. No, they're not. They weren't elected officers.
Okay, I second.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Pusley seconds.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. Next, we have the Island Strategic Action Committee. There are 8 vacancies. They represent the following preferred but not required categories: 2 at large, 1 construction contractor, 1 professional engineer, 1 residential property owner, 1 realtor, 1 environmental group, and 1 Mustang Island representative. So there are 4 individuals seeking reappointment. They're Marvin Jones, who's at large, Terry Palmer at large, Robert Prusky, construction contractor, and Craig Thompson is the engineer. And their attendance rates are in their packets.
I motion to reappoint.
Okay.
Second.
Right?
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves you with 4 positions.
Yes, and I'd like to make a motion to table the other 4 appointments today.
Second.
Why?
So he's making a motion to, are you postponing? To
Yeah,
another day?
postpone to April meeting.
April 16th.
Why? I mean, we have so many good candidates. I mean,
We don't actually have that many candidates when you look at the number. We have 10 candidates and 4 are for reappointment, so we have 6 candidates for 4 spots.
really?
So we just asked for a little more time.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I count 11. No? 11.
Well, yeah, but you take out the reappointments.
Okay, wait. It's 11, 12,
There's
13,
10.
14, 15, 16 candidates, and we,
16 candidates.
aren't they? 16?
You're on the wrong
That's-
page.
No,
Sylvia.
yeah. It's
this-
11,
it's
but
this
then you remove the
sorry.
4. He's right. They're
Okay.
4 reappointments. So,
Okay. All right. Yeah.
okay,
Thank
so
you.
there's a
I
motion
stand
and a
corrected.
second. and it was to postpone those 4 appointments until April 16th, or if that's okay. Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Mr. Klein for the, okay, voted no. Thank you.
You want to change it?
I'm changing mine to no.
Okay. So Campos and Klein, no.
The motion carries.
Yes, ma'am. So last but not
Yes.
least,
Hang on.
go ahead, Mayor.
Councilman.
I want to make sure I understand. The postponing it until April,
16th. That would give 2 weeks for, from today, for people to apply. If there was a, if you want to open that period for applications.
what are we going to do different to post a position? Are we going to do something different as far as trying to get applicants, more applicants?
I think we probably need to establish what is enough, what are enough applicants and what aren't.
Yeah, it's up to the council. So we did provide, but Mr. Suckley is requesting that we postpone it.
I had several people contact me and say that they missed the deadline and they would like an opportunity, and so that's one of the reasons I'm supporting it.
I did as well.
Okay,
Okay.
move on.
So last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 2 vacancies, and they represent the following preferred but not required categories, 2 at large. So it'd be in order to open the floor for nominations, Mayor.
Yes. Any nominations?
I'd like to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Who?
Keep forgetting to turn my mic on. I'd like to nominate Glenn Duron and Janie Gifford. Sorry.
Okay, well,
2 positions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
all right, well, I just then add to that nomination William Starrick.
So Duon and Starrick and Gifford. Okay.
Who's
So,
William Stark?
Michael?
Isn't it Michael Stark?
It's Michael Starrick. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, but you got your last name, so.
Thank you.
Right. Do you have that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Very good.
Oh, Stark was, okay.
All right, Mayor.
Any other
You want to start with Mr. Suckley?
Councilman.
Oh, yes,
I
sir.
wanted to nominate Catherine Hyatt.
She's not on the list, sir.
Right on the list.
No,
Oh,
it has to.
Sorry about that.
Oh, she's
But
already.
that's okay. No, she's, yeah, that's.
She's already on. She's good.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, no, yeah, it's,
Okay, we'll start over here, Councilman Suckley.
Gifford and Stark.
Gifford and Starrick.
Gifford and Stark.
Stark and Duhon.
Gifford. Gifford Duhon.
Are you up to me?
oh, my goodness, Mr. Barrera.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
Duhon and Stark.
Okay.
Duron and Gifford.
Duon and Gifford, I'm sorry.
Duhon.
Only Duon? Okay.
Gifford.
Yeah, we have to do a runoff between Duon and Starrick.
Either one of you two want to have one vote?
And just to point
Want
it
to change it?
there's only 3 applicants and there's only 2 places and we didn't postpone, just FYI. Thank you.
Here, Rebecca, I can't
Sir.
hear you.
I'm sorry,
I can't
sir?
hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you, and I didn't hear how the votes came out.
So the votes came out, Gifford got 6 votes, Duon and Starrick tied with 5 votes each, so we're going to do a runoff.
Okay.
All right, so the runoff is Duon and Starrick.
Okay, let's start over here
You want
to
to start
the
with Ms. Campos?
Yes.
I pass.
Duhan.
You did nominate.
I already voted on the one that I wanted.
Okay,
Wait a
Mr.
minute,
Pesley
where's-
voted for
where's your
Duhan.
vote?
He didn't vote.
She,
Oh.
she abstained, I guess.
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
Okay,
Duhan.
start.
Mr. Barrera, between,
Duhan, and I'm sorry that I'm not there, but if people don't turn on their mics, I can't hear them.
yes. Mr.
Sorry, Duhan.
Thank you.
You got
Duhan.
Mr. Roy voted for Duhan.
Stark.
Mr. Klein, Stark.
Stark.
And Stark. All right, so Mr. Duhan is appointed. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rebecca. Let's see here, it's 1:37. I'm going to, I know we have the bond capacity briefing, Peter. But
Right.
that might be a little bit, it might take a little bit longer.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit, yeah, not too long, but probably 10-minute presentation.
Pardon?
Probably about a 10-minute presentation. It's no action, there's no action this item. It's a briefing on what we believe the financial capacity to be for the next two bond programs.
Okay. Well, the next item, item 5.
Been in here since 9:30.
All right, well, let's go ahead and let's get this out of the way. We're just going to, I hate to say it that way. This is very important.
Yeah.
Well, unless we should.
You can move it to off the
You
lunch.
know what, we're going to.
It's a pretty important item, so if you need a break, I would recommend taking a break and eating if you.
Well, I'd rather just break. So what we're going to do is we've pulled executive, there is no executive session items. So
Right.
we'll recess for 30 minutes, and it will be 30 minutes. I'm going to go through the consent agenda right now, pass that, pull whatever items, go back for 30 minutes, and we'll come back and do this presentation on the, yes, on the proposed funding capacity briefing. So, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any requests to pull any items from items numbers 6 through 27? And I'll be
Yeah.
pulling item number 16.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 12, number 15, and number 19.
15 and 19. Anyone else?
You're going to pull 16?
Yes.
Okay, I had 16, I want 18, 22, and 25.
18, 22.
I'd like to pull 21.
And 25. Anyone else?
Mr. Pesley, what
21.
did you pull?
18, 22, and 25.
18, 22, and 25.
Councilwoman?
21.
21. Okay, anything else?
Yes, Mayor, we got word from the county, from Jenny Dorsey, their attorney, that they want to do a little more work on the interlocal agreement with our health district. So we're gonna postpone or pull number 20 for the next council meeting.
Okay, so
Number
we're going to
20
take item
was-
number 20 off
Right.
of the agenda.
We'll take it off the agenda and bring it back after the county
20,
has a little more
okay.
time to make some changes to the contract.
Pulling table. Okay.
Councilman
Okay.
Hernandez.
Anyone else? Councilman Barrera, anything?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 16, 12, 15, 19, 18, 22, 25, and 21.
So move.
And 20.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So
made the
again, we're
second?
going to recess for 30 minutes. Pardon?
I'm sorry, who made the second, Mayor? Went a little fast.
Councilman
Apologize. Okay, thank you.
Klein. We're going to take a 30-minute recess for lunch. We do not have executive session items. And then we will be back and pick up on item number 5, which is a proposed bond 2024 funding capacity briefing.
You can update it, just erase that and put a bigger one on top. Jeez, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, look, it's like you get very easy. You erase that aspect and then make one here. They have the old with the refineries, the fish, and something else, but no bridge. Yeah, there's the old one. There's an old logo that has no bridge on it. It has like, yeah. Yes. Big bang, baby, big bang. You're going all the way back. They're still a lot better than those boards in the back.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And we will start on Section J, Special Presentation, item number 5. Excuse me. And that is the proposed bond 2024 funding capacity briefing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Assistant City Manager Neiman Young. As the council is aware, this is an election year, and it is during this season that we utilize the election year as a means for the city to add a referendum to the November ballot for a bond program. Understanding that there has been a change in leadership for both the staff and council since the last bond, we felt it prudent to kick off Bond 2024 with a presentation providing council with the background and overview of the bond development process. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. As a reminder on the ballot, the bond is usually captured in 4 categories. For Bond 2024, city staff is proposing that these categories be titled Streets, Public Safety, Parks, and Libraries/Community Centers. As a best practice, smaller capital projects are usually addressed via a capital budget. But for larger projects, for example, reconstruction of arterial roadways or building facilities, that's when we look towards the bond program as a means to execute large projects for the city. Please note that our projects are primarily phased, meaning we pursue design and engineering costs in one bond, and then we look for funding for the construction of those projects in a subsequent bond program. Examples of this approach would include the Bill Witt Aquatic Center and Yorktown. But one thing that I do want to stress, that for Bond 2024, city staff does intend to make recommendations to the city council that would lead to a bond that does not increase the property rate tax for the city of Corpus Christi. Next slide. This is a calendar that you all have seen before, but I did want to stress that, again, this is the way forward for Bond 2024. Most notable is that after this presentation, we will start meeting with major stakeholder groups across the community, groups, for example, like the Northwest Business Association, ISAC, and other agencies across the city. In addition, we will be sitting down with each of our policymakers, giving a briefing on potential bond projects. But again, that's the way ahead. Today, we are here to specifically speak about the bond capacity for Bond 2024. And who's taking the lead on that analysis is Victor Quiroga of our financial advising firm. And he's going to come up and he will give City Council a briefing on the bond's capacity with recommendations.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. Zanoni, thank you for having me here this afternoon. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and we have the honor of representing the city as your financial advisors. I have two bits of good news. The first bit of good news is that my presentation today is significantly shorter than the last one I shared with you last month. So we're going to move along and provide you the bottom line figures as to your bonding capacity. The other bit of good news is that the city is in good shape financially with respect to being able to hold its INS tax rate at 22 cents and still be able to afford a good amount of bond proceeds to address some of your capital improvement needs. And so the first page after the cover sheet here, if you want to move to the next slide, please. We're going to cover two areas, just give you an update as to the existing bond authorization that we have in place that the voters provided the city in November 2022, and then talk about the bond capacity analysis that we ran, not only for November 2024, but also give you a sense as to what could be available in 2026 as well. So if you go to the next slide, please. Just to provide you an update as to the existing bond authorization that was approved in 2022, November, the city did get approval for $125 million in bond proceeds split over 4 propositions, as shown here with streets, parks and recreation, public safety, and library. Right now, we have not issued any of this authorization yet, but the anticipation is that during this fiscal year, starting next month, we'll come back to you to start moving forward on accessing this authorization in the amount of $50 million. Then the plan would be to issue the remaining $75 million in authorization that we have in place in fiscal year 2025. If you go to the next slide, please. So the goals of the analysis I indicated earlier, we're trying to determine and calculate if we are able to keep the INS tax rate steady, not increase it to support these new projects that you would ask the voters for. As I indicated earlier, we're going to sell the remaining bond authorization of $125 million starting this year onto next year. If the city did hold a bond election in November 2024, those bonds would be sold in a similar cycle over time in fiscal year 26 and 27. And here, just for your information, we're also providing an analysis in the bond amount for a potential November 2026 bond program. Of course, you're not deciding anything on that just yet. It's just for your information purposes. Next slide, please. Because general obligation bonds, the security mechanism, as we talked about last month, is going to be the property tax values that are within the city limits. This is going to be the main driver to determine how much we could afford with the INS tax rate at 22 cents. And so this is a look back starting 10 years ago in 2012. At the time, the city's tax base or property values that you set your taxes on was $15.5 billion. Currently in 2024, that's that green shaded area, that's the historical and current property values. Currently, we're just under $30 billion. So you can see it's been quite a bit of growth since that time. In the last 10 years, we've grown on an annual pace of 6.75%. You can see in the bottom line figures there, you could see the average annual percentage of growth. The last 5 years, we've grown at a higher clip of 7.25%. This current year, we grew at 13.25%. The other year, we grew 9%. So the last 2 years, we've averaged about double-digit growth in our property values. In our model, in the blue area there, we're not assuming double-digit growth. We're assuming moderate growth or just below average growth in the last 5 years of 7% over the next 5 years of your property values grow. Then after that, we're moderating a little bit, just assuming 1% to be conservative. And then starting in 2033, we're not assuming any growth in our model, again, just to try to be conservative. Next slide, please. So the summary of the analysis that we ran, assuming different variables, as you could see here, the property value growth that we just shared with you, we're still assuming that we're going to issue 20-year debt or less. We're going to access and utilize your INS fund balance when available. We're going to fund these bonds over 2-year cycles once approved or if approved. We're assuming conservative interest rates in our models, tax collection rate of 97.5%, and of course the existing debt that we have on the books. So with that said, the capacity or allowance that you have and without increasing your INS tax rate for a November 2024 bond cycle would be $175 million. You could have the potential, depending on where property taxes go in the next couple of years, come back in 2026 and ask for another $175 million. So right now, you could keep the INS tax rate at 22 cents and have access to about $350 million over the next 2 election cycles. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Victor, for the presentation. Couple questions on the $50 million issuance we're looking at doing in the near future. Estimated rate that we're looking at for that, and how is that different from what it's been historically the last year or two?
Yeah, so actually we've seen some relaxing in long-term municipal bond rates. So in our models, when we're planning out for this upcoming bond issuance, we're assuming an interest rate of 4.25 just for our budgeting purposes, but we anticipate to be at 4%, if not below, for this 20-year GO bond. So the long-term interest rates are still very attractive, and that's what we like to see. And so we're hoping that we would come back to you early summertime when we lock in an interest rate, that we'll be bringing back an interest rate in that low 4% range. But all our models, just like this model, have a conservative estimate.
Okay, great. And on the bar chart you had where you were showing the projected growth,
yes, sir,
in property values, is approximately what percent of that growth is related to new properties being added to the tax rolls versus appreciation of current?
Yeah, because as you know, they're limited to the 10% growth, but the property values, when we look at this, we're just assuming a bottom line percentage rate, but the new growth versus the reappraisal, we don't have that specific breakout. We're just looking at historical percentages, but we feel that this 7% growth rate is right just below average and should hopefully be somewhat conservative by the time you get to that future point in there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
So this Victor, thank you. This 175,000, is that kind of like the maximum we can do without increasing taxes?
175 million. You know, this
Did I say 175?
Yeah.
Sorry, 175 million.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So can we potentially increase that capacity by the way we're structuring the debt, the future debt? Yeah, we could probably maybe squeeze out a little bit more, but our approach when we're modeling this is that we're trying to be conservative. We're assuming conservative interest rates and somewhat quicker repayment terms. You know, we don't want to plan a model and tell you could get a bunch of bonds up front, but on the backside, we're kind of stretching out and deferring all this principal payment to the future years. And
No, the reason I was asking that is because we always seem to add a bunch of certificates of obligation in between bonds that exceed our debt capacity that wouldn't require us to raise taxes, like in this past cycle. So I wanted to kind of see where that was without, where that limit was. Is it on the top end, or is there more of a cushion in between?
Yeah, we could probably squeeze out a little bit more. We could run that analysis. We ran multiple analysis. I think we could probably get a little bit more than 175, but that was the wish of the council. We could make it work.
I'm just, what I was, I'm looking at is, if we do end up doing like we did in this past year and this year, actually, of adding certificates of obligation to make up the difference in terms of cost estimates, that we have that cushion. If we go to the max and we don't have that cushion, it's going to force us to either reevaluate the project or go over the debt limit to where we would need to raise taxes. So, or, within that range of values. And when I say raise taxes, I don't mean the tax rate. I mean the effective tax, right? Or what I guess we call it the no new tax rate. Verbiage is crazy. But you see what I'm saying
Yes.
here? So I guess what we need to see is any time that we have a certificate of obligation that we want to bring forward, we also have to know what happens to our tax requirements for it, right? So that way we have a clear understanding of what borrowing that money beyond just general obligation bonds, because here at the beginning, it said we are looking to do this without raising taxes, right?
Correct.
So I want to make sure that we do this, that we have the same approach with certificates of obligation. So that's why I asked you where the limit was.
Yes.
Okay, so from our perspective, from just Councilman Hernandez, is that any time we have that kind of debt obligation or bringing a debt instrument to us, there should be an implication of what that does to our tax rate or our effective tax rate, whatever that is, going in the future. So when you bring back, when that comes to us, that way we're all on the same page and we're not surprised during the budget cycle.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I want to go back and kind of expound on what Councilmember Suckley was talking about. If we look at our projections, and I understand why, if you go back to that table, why you adjusted it from 25 to 29 and then from 30 to 2033, you put 1%. But if you take a look at basically the model from 22 to 24, and this kind of brings in mind, I listened to a presentation by one of our local economists who basically stated that we were actually losing or declining people in the city of Corpus Christi, and I don't know, I'm not going to sit here and debate whether our census is accurate or not. I know that it was a tough time in terms of trying to complete the census based on all the things that were going on. But as I look at this and I look at this model, there's only two things that basically can happen. Number one, you have more housing which would be taxed, right? And you have an increase in the value. Correct. But the other thing is if you have a shift in these large apartment complexes that are being developed here also, which also contribute to that tax base, right? Mm-hmm. So with that being said, do you agree with that trend that we're pretty much stagnant in terms of our population, or have you looked at that? I would love to be able to see some numbers in terms of our loss and gain as far as what our projections are, because I do think that down the line that's going to have a really important impact in terms of our tax rate, and just trying to understand that. You're obviously, if I want to understand the mindset, you projected low. That way, just being conservative, because anything over that means it's going to perform better, correct?
That's exactly right. That's the number will increase, the bond number.
I just look at this and I think, I don't understand, and I've looked at this economist's outlook, and I don't know where, I don't see it. So anytime I have an opportunity to ask anybody else, do they see it? I think we're still in a growth phase here. I mean, I look at construction, I look at all the different things, Cal Allen, what we're doing as far as increasing residency, yet I get a report out there that says we're losing people, and we're, any comment on that?
Only that I'm not an economist, and we rely on the census data whenever we prepare this analysis. We have to talk to the rating agencies and prepare these different ratios. But I think we're in a very fortunate and blessed state here in Texas, in that a lot of growth is happening. Of course, we're seeing a lot of the big growth happening in that Austin, San Antonio, Dallas corridor. But I think, in my opinion, a lot of good things are still happening throughout the state, and we're starting to see, continue to see that increase. But I've seen some where population stagnant and below that, but where it's going to land, I'm not too sure. I'm still very very positive on the area. I think, a lot of good things are continuing to happen here. And so I'm thinking my models hopefully are continue to be very conservative and will be outperformed by what's actually happening on the ground.
Yeah, and Councilman, can I add to that? Because that was one of my observations as well. You hear that hey, we're not growing, but if you look at just in the past 10 years, the city's taxable value, real property in our community has doubled. It's gone from 15 billion to 30 billion. So something's growing, right?
Right, and that would only happen and occur, number one, if demand shifted. I mean, that's
right.
So you look at all these factors, and it just makes me want to. I'm hoping that somebody else maybe outside of the area will do another study, and it'd be nice to be able to compare, because I think it's important to understand where we think we're going.
Yeah.
But I also think you're right in terms of looking at it from a conservative standpoint, because even if you were to go in and say 2030 to 2033 is at 5%, you'd still be somewhat conservative, but it would impose on the overall risk.
Yeah. Because the reason why we're conservative there too is going back to Councilman Hernandez's point is that if I'm showing a little bit more growth in the future, then that means we're anticipating these larger property values are going to be able to support an even bigger bond program. And so here I think this is just our way, just because we are pretty conservative, just to kind of moderate some of that future growth, so that the bond number I'm providing you today is not going to overextend the city and have to go beyond the 22-cent tax rate that you have right now for your debt payments.
Yeah, I don't think we want to stretch.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You can go ahead. Did somebody, Councilman Presley.
That's okay. So what you're saying is that if we wanted to, in this year, in November, we could go out for $175 million in bonded indebtedness, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn to Peter just a minute here and say, have you discussed this number, and where is your
absolutely.
department on this?
I'm sorry, what was that second part?
Well, just where are you on this number?
Right.
Is this
Yes, sir.
enough or too much, or what?
Yeah, so we meet with Victor regularly, and to prepare for today's meeting, we had several meetings with Victor, and that included Constance and others. So we're confident in the 175 million. Just to put it in context, the bond 2020 was 75 million. Bond 2022 was 125 million. So this would be significant, 175 million. There is a little bit more capacity. Victor's being kind of a little conservative here, but we agree that anything larger than this may be too much for us to execute in that 2-year time frame.
Yeah.
You'd have to grow the environment, the engineering department. So we want to be able to deliver the projects to the community. Having a big bond program is one thing, but executing it is another. And we're more on the second part, which is execution. So we think we can do the 175 million in the 2 to 4 years that we have to do the projects.
So if we can, so based on that point, Peter, and that's an excellent point.
Right.
As we go forward on this, let's look at some meeting here in the near future, a comparison of where we are on execution for the past 2 bonds.
Right, and I'm more than happy to show that report card, because unlike
I think we've done pretty well, but it's good for the public to know.
Right, it's important. We have, with this council and the prior council, changing the mass selection process, where every project, I should say, has a design contract 5 months after the approval of the bond. That's unprecedented in our history here.
Yeah.
But we'll be glad to show you the report on the 22 and 20 bond programs.
Okay.
You'll see a lot of work is being done, as the pastor this morning said, is everywhere in our city, so, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I had, Mayor, but I do want to make a request. I'd like to have this emailed to me, Rebecca, because we didn't get this in our,
it was in the pack, the one from Neiman, let's see. Yeah, it was in the packet, but we'll email it to you.
Wasn't in my packet, because I
It
just
was
looked
in
again.
it was in mine, I don't know, yeah. But we'll email it, we'll email both Victor's and Neiman's.
And then
Yes, sir.
I saw one that flashed up here on the screen a while ago that had a timeline.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't get that one either.
Okay. Elisa? Okay, we'll get it to you, Councilman, no problem.
If you don't believe me, you can come over here and look at my deal, and I'll show you.
We have no reason to not believe you. We believe
It's not
you.
there?
Yeah.
I don't have it either.
Okay.
So
got
I
it.
got people who are defending.
I'm
me
not
here.
doubting you, Councilman. It's in the printed book is all I'm
No.
saying. I don't
Yeah.
use the electronic system,
Okay.
so.
Nothing makes me any more frustrated. People say, oh, we
Well-
mailed that to you.
No, we didn't email anything. We put it in the book, so
Well, it isn't in
we'll
my
email
book.
it to you.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes,
get
sir.
the book. I get mine in
That's
digital
probably
form.
why.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You
I
have
don't
one
want
more
it in
slide, or did you go through all?
hard copy. I want all of mine in digital.
Yeah, that was it. Okay. Okay, wonderful. So moving forward, for clarity, we will be discussing what the breakdown is of, should we go with
Right.
175, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so in Neiman's presentation, let me just refer to it here. We had, he talked about the categories that we had.
Right. Well, that was 22. Well,
Yeah, so the categories right now potentially consistent with prior bond programs would be streets, public safety,
right.
parks, and then library, community centers. I know we're working with Councilman Hernandez on a potential senior center, so that one could change a little bit. So those are the four categories. But as Neiman, if you go to the next slide, please. Let's go all the way to the calendar. The next slide, please. There we go. So if you look at kind of midway through March 15 through April 15, the calendar of events is Neiman will continue to meet one-on-one with council members and stakeholders in the community to get additional ideas and input. We know that early on, you can see here, Neiman met with the departments to see what's their priority list and historical list. But that's step one. Step two, meeting with council members, stakeholders. And then step three would be in the month of May, where we'll meet with the community. We have 5 community hearings already scheduled, and we'll get input from the council as well, the community as well. So by the time all these 3 groups have come together, we'll begin to make a recommendation for the categories and how much would be allocated to each.
Great, because I know we're making great strides with public safety, and
Right,
that,
yeah.
is
What
always.
you're going to see is we're going to be recommending several police substation buildings, several continue the progress of fire station replacement, several fire station replacements, potentially a community/senior/library center, if you will, in District 5. There's none of that over there today.
Right next
so
to the pool.
The pool's going to be great, yeah. So,
To the $10 million pool. Well, and I would, and I know this isn't the time we're gonna have our time to recommend, but streets and, our streets have to
Yeah.
be priority,
Well, we know
as they've been in the past.
right, yeah, streets have been 75 to,
Public safety, right.
75% of the bond program, so that'll be consistent again.
Right.
But we do have some additional, and that's why the 175 is a good thing.
Right.
We should be excited about it as a community because we can do some investments in what's important. We know streets are very important. Public safety is as well. Having adequate police substations and adequate fire stations to serve basic needs is something we'll be
Right.
recommending.
And I imagine, Peter, with the cost of everything have gone up so much, we're not gonna
Yeah.
get as much as we did 2 or 4 years ago.
We agree. And so to the issue of COs, we just met with the design firm that's designing the 2 police substations, one in the Cal Allen area, one in the far south. Those costs have gone up just from 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago. So in the bond, we're going to recommend not COs, but we'll recommend supplemental funding in the bond for one of those 2 substations,
Right.
or maybe 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Roy?
It's a great presentation, thank you.
Yes.
But I can see already that our council members, we're starting to get short of breath and start thinking about our different projects, right?
Right.
And I wanted to make sure that I understood, like Sherrill Park, right? This is the time when we're going to look at that funding for Sherrill Park.
Right, yeah.
Because I know right now, even though we've done some pre-engineering and things of that nature, we really don't have the funds to execute where we need to execute.
Exactly.
So I just want to keep that in mind. And then also, don't take offense if all of a sudden you go into the 5th floor bathroom and you see a list in permanent marker up there on the wall.
Yeah.
On our wish list.
Right.
Permanent marker.
Yes, sir. Yeah. This is a time to bring those projects forward. And so there's it's over 90 days of engagement with the city council, stakeholders, and the community especially, that last step. And then we'll bring everything back to council. And of course, we know the needs greater than the amount of funds, but I think we're making great progress. And a lot of the projects that we're seeing are continuations, phases of prior work that's been done. So, yeah.
Okay.
So the
Great.
good news, I won't comment again on this, but this is good. While we look at the details like interest rates and capacity and COs,
Right.
for the community, this is great, $175 million that we can afford in the current tax rate. We're getting community input, stakeholder input, and council input before you all, the council, decide on any ballot measure. And that's coming up then over the next 45 days. That's what's happening now. So today we say we can do a bond program for $175 million, and now we'll work to refine that project list. And it's basics for our community. It's streets, it's public safety facilities, police and fire stations,
Right.
police substation, fire station, and then park improvements.
Great.
And we're going to try in District 5, because there are no senior centers or community centers, and the one library we share with CCISD, and now with the security protocols, it's just not conducive anymore. So that'll be a big project for our fast-growing area of town.
And I don't want us
Thank
to
you.
also forget District 2 with our sidewalks, so.
Absolutely.
Please,
I know we're
another
meeting-
plug for sidewalks.
No, Councilwoman Campos is doing great. We're meeting with her on Friday. Neiman will be, and we have a good sidewalk selection program. We're going to recommending, I should say, piloting a sidewalk infill program in City Council District 2, one of the older districts in the city. And let's see how that pilot goes. Right, we're not, and then we'll see how that pilot goes, and then we'll
Don't forget
see
the
how we
west side.
execute it. I know.
Don't forget Flower
Peter-
Bluff.
Yeah.
That will be on your bathroom wall, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Councilman Barrera.
Yes.
Hey, Peter, I would hope that you would say, instead of a District 5 senior center, a South Side senior center.
You're more than welcome,
There you
Councilman, to
go.
go do it.
South Side Senior Center.
South Side, because, we're in much needed of libraries, and so that way we can work together on this.
Right.
That way you can get another vote by support, Peter.
Okay, good point.
It's a
Good
South
point.
Side $10 million pool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so let me defend this a little bit. When I said there's no recreation center, I meant the south side, because there's not one south of SPID. There's, the only facility is the library, and now soon-to-be pool.
Right.
But other than that, there's really no facilities that the city operates south of SPID.
Right.
So, people on the south side pay taxes too, and
Yeah.
they should be part of this. But I also want to point out
Yeah.
that I'm still advocating for the policy that I advocated for in our budget policies, to do a design
Yeah.
portion first.
You're going to see
That
that.
way we have good, accurate estimates on what the cost should be. So when we do, after having that design done, you go to the voters with the actual design. You go to bid as soon as that comes out, and then you can start construction within 6 months of that bond election.
Right.
Just like we did with the pool.
Yeah.
Now, with the two substations, the south side one was a complete design and build cost built into it, which I think is the wrong way to do. The Cal Allen one
Yeah.
was just the design only.
That's right,
So
Councilman.
you're actually going to go to bond on the Cal Allen one with an actual design and a better idea of what that cost is.
Right.
So I think if we continue that, you can't do it all at once, right? But if we continue that process of doing a design on a bond in 1 year and 2 years later do the construction, I think we'll have a much better cost estimates. We'll have much better, ability to deliver quickly, and then we won't have the need to use certificates of obligation.
Right.
Thank you.
Your defense stance.
Okay.
Entertaining.
Okay, so we will move on. Thank you, Victor, and thank you for
Yeah,
being
yeah,
here.
Victor, thank you.
Dr.
You're
Young,
professional.
thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Young, thank you. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Let's see, so we'll go ahead and go to our consent agenda. We had quite a few items pulled. First one I pulled, it was item number 16. And that's a resolution of the Corpus Christi City Council naming the city council chambers in honor of the late Mayor Betty Turner. So I think we're all aware that, Mayor Betty Turner passed away recently, and she was a dear friend and a mentor. Mine? Yeah, it's on. Turn up, yeah. She was a dear friend and a mentor, but she was the first female mayor of Corpus Christi. Then there came two more, and then there was me. So there's not a long line of us. I think her dedicated community service and her leadership was extraordinary, and it really put our city, it put us on the trajectory that we're on. So she had a very big legacy. And to honor that legacy, I proposed naming our newly remodeled chambers after her and to honor her. And so the resolution before you today highlights her stellar service and accomplishments, and I ask for your support today in approving the resolution for this worthy purpose.
I'll second that motion. I just wanted to have.
That's a motion, yes, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. And go
Mayor,
ahead.
and I just wanted to say real quickly that I think it's a great thing, and I want to applaud you for taking the initiative to do that. I had the pleasure of working with Mayor Turner on several occasions, and she was a huge cheerleader for this community. And I just wanted to ask, when we do this, I assume we'll have some sort of formal.
We will, yes, so that's,
okay.
I was going to talk about that after we pass it, just
Okay,
to
all right.
formally pass it. So we have, oh, yes, sir, yeah, Councilman Hunter.
Sorry, Mayor, I feel like I need to say something also.
Dear it.
Mrs. Turner knew me before I was born, and my father used to work for her in the political arena. So she taught him everything she knew, and then he passed that down to me, but somewhere along the way, a lot of information was lost. So the Turner family has always been great, and I'm very sorry for the loss. And just want to say thank you to them and their whole family for everything they've done for the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And so because we just passed that, I'd like to invite you all for a ribbon cutting that we will have, as mentioned prior to the meeting. Our next meeting will be going back home to City Hall in our new renovated council chambers. At 9 a.m., we will have a ribbon cutting for the council chambers, and we'll unveil a plaque that will be installed in Mayor Turner's honor. Additionally, at 11 a.m., we will be proclaiming Mayor Betty Turner Day, and I'll be presenting her family with the proclamation. So we invite you all to come and just please spread the word, because our new council chambers will no longer be the council chambers. They will be the gosh, that's going to be a tongue twister, the Mayor Betty Turner Council Chambers. So with that, thank you, and thank you to my colleagues. So we'll move on. Second item pulled was item number 12. Who pulled that one? Councilman Hernandez. Okay, and that is a motion authorizing execution of a 3-year supply agreement with Aaron Materials of Austin with an office in the amount not to exceed $2 million. Let's see, this is to purchase bedding and backfill materials for water and wastewater lines. Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
This goes to a couple of questions, and I apologize, I wasn't able to get with you before on this. I came across this last night when going back over the agenda. But two things. One, we only got one bid, and we talked a little bit about that. But secondly, on items like this, it seems like we're bundling these things as opposed to trying to separate it out to where maybe some companies that don't offer, let's say, cement stabilizing sand wouldn't be able to bid on these things. So why did we kind of bundle this like this that wouldn't allow more participation?
Well, thank you for asking that. And for the record, Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. Let me first address the question of single bid. And I think it's important, and I'm going to be working with my staff to make sure we add that additional detail to the memo. But in November, we went out for bid for this a previous time. And we got 3 bids, but had to disqualify 2 of the bidders because we asked for yards of material, and both bidders provided tons of material. And so because they didn't follow the bid sheet, we had to disqualify those. So Wes and I regrouped, and we realized we wanted more competition, we wanted pricing, so we re-released this solicitation under the tonnage, which was preferred by the majority of the vendors. Reached back to all of them to let them know the new solicitation went out, and still only got a single bid. And in both cases, in the instance where we had it done by yardage and by tonnage, we're awarding to the same responsive bidder. Now, to answer your second question about grouping, now my department and my staff works really carefully with the department to try to break those elements out when appropriate. And in this specific case, because a lot of the materials are delivered to job sites for jobs, it's critical that all of these components come from a single supplier and not multiple suppliers, so that the crews who are assigned to do this work can accomplish the job or task and not be waiting on a second part of the delivery or having to coordinate multiple deliveries to the site for these repairs. And so that was part of the scope and the reason that we grouped all those together. But when appropriate, we do, and I think we have been breaking these out to do multiple awards when possible. But in this specific case, it was requested to not be done that way for logistics.
Okay, because I mean, just looking at the prices, they seem a little high, but I guess we always overpay in government, right? That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 12.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 15. This is a resolution by the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi authorizing and approving publication of notice of intention to issue not more than $50 million certificates of obligation. And
Okay,
who
Mayor,
pulled-
I pulled this because I voted no on this in the previous one, so I'll be voting no again on this one.
Okay,
No questions.
no questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
I'll
Motion,
be joining him if we do it in the future.
yeah. Right, and I might add that I think at least half of this goes to public safety.
Yeah.
And it goes to police, our police training academy, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor.
And our fire station.
Right.
And of course, there's solid waste and some other things, but public safety must come first, and so I'm glad that vote just passed. Next item pulled was item number 19. 18?
I pulled 18.
Oh, but 19 and 18, okay, let's see.
I've got 19.
Who's got 18? You do. Okay, Councilman Pesley, that's a motion authorizing a utility relocation reimbursement agreement with AEP.
Well, I may have got my answer question, but Jeff, the concern I had was I couldn't figure out how it was going to cost $400,000 to move a guy wire.
A picture's worth 1,000 words. If you'll indulge me, if we pull up the PowerPoint and go to slide 4, I think that'll answer some questions.
Well, I went to Google Earth and looked at a real picture, so I know what the power pole is. This is one of the big metal power poles.
It's a transmission line. There's a guy
Transmission.
wire on the transmission
Okay.
line, and it extends.
But I don't think that was in our presentation, was it?
We didn't. I was able to get it from AEP this morning. They were reluctant to provide
okay.
this, but I'm not seeing this. But I've got the sketch from their drawings. That's
Can we bring it up on the screen, please?
in there. Well, I'll describe it. So what they're having to do, there's a distribution line that they're having to get over, and they're having to put a sub-pole, and then it's guyed over to another dead man.
Do they have to move the main power pole, though, is my question?
No.
Well, then, again, I have
Not
to
seeing it
ask,
there.
why is it costing $400,000 to move?
Well, they're not, they're putting in a new, it's gonna have a sub-pole, and then
I
it's
know,
gonna be
but
guyed down.
is
to-
that sub-pole made out of bronze or gold, or, I mean, it's a telephone pole, I just,
Well, it does seem
I-
extensive, but, there's 2 drill shafts associated with it.
is this an
plus-
estimate we came up with, or that they
No,
came?
no, this is them.
This is them.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this doesn't really tell you anything right here. So, I don't know why they can't get to the right page, but,
Yeah, maybe I put it up too late. No, I put it on the shared drive. I might have put it on after. Did they? I don't know if they copied it or. Yeah, it's not in there.
Okay.
Well, to give you an idea, I mean, a traffic signal, we can spend $1 million on a traffic signal. And this is two drill shafts, one with a dead man, one with a sub pole, and then you've got double guys that are very high tension, because what you're counterbalancing is a 200-foot tall.
I mean, I can move a drilling rig for less than $400,000. What, I just don't understand why it would cost us.
Is this
so much.
price from AEP, Texas?
This is from AEP, it's from the transmission.
Right.
But did we question why it was going to, did they give us a breakdown on the cost?
There's a breakdown that's included. That's all we've there it is, right there. The fourth slide there, if you can just select that.
Yeah, there's a breakdown.
Holy shit.
For the cost.
There you go. That's what it looks like.
Well, there it is.
So it's this isn't your typical guy wire from a wooden pole. Now, I agree, it does seem a little bit excessive. The dilemma I'm in is I can't force them to move this. So we're trying to avoid the situation where we've got the road open, but we can't open the northbound lanes because we've got this guy wire across it. And
Well, we do lots of things in partnership with AEP, and I realize they're a partner of the city and a lot of things we do, but I don't know. I'm only going to be here a few more months, but I'm going to remember, I just think this is exorbitant, but I'll drop the subject.
I'm not going to disagree with you, council member. I do know that, just to give you a little background, so we've been rattling the saber over getting this thing moved for the better part of a year. And then we thought it was going to be on their nickel. And then they produced easement documents that predated our right-of-way, which made it compensable where we've got to pay. And we're not in a strong position to negotiate this, unfortunately.
Well, and Mr. Edmonds, maybe, this is something that's passed down. It's their cost. So I think it's clear you may go back to them and say, we're just, what was the cost of this? Right.
I'll tell you what, I'll
Right.
make a commitment to you that I will try and see if there's any wiggle room on this.
Okay. Motion to
Yeah.
table.
Or see if it's gone up. I mean, everything, it's, there's just so much to
costs a lot,
do.
so-
Yeah, it's,
Motion to approve, Your Honor.
okay. No.
No, I don't think, they got to get it moved. They're
Count-
relying on-
Councilman Gill, yeah, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I had this conversation. This is a project that's on Rodfield Road, which is in my district, and I questioned the same thing. Now, this is an estimate, and so I asked that we get actual receipts of work done from AEP to make sure that we're paying the correct amount and not just based on the estimate. So
Wouldn't that be our business process, Jeff, to begin with?
We can do that.
Huh? We're not just writing them a check, right? It's based on receipts they submit to us?
No, we'll ask them to justify it with actual
Yeah.
costs.
Right,
Okay.
so, I don't know what it costs to move this wire, because obviously this is a transmission line that has a lot of tension to it and a lot of weight, and so I'm not going to necessarily question that they're not providing us accurate information, but I want to see the actual cost, not just pay on an estimate.
Right. Yeah, and it's moving the entire pole that you had in the diagram, or just the wire?
Well, so this is the new, what's going to be installed. Right now, the guide just comes down to a dead man. So to give us more clearance, they're going to have to put a sub-pole there that's on a drilled shaft, and then a new dead man that's further to the east.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that pole has to be sturdy enough to withstand that kind of weight and tension, right? So, I mean, it's not just like a wooden pole.
No, it's a big old
It's a
cement.
substantial,
Yeah.
probably
Right.
steel pole.
Yes, sir.
So, like I said, I don't think it's unreasonable, but I want to make sure we're paying the exact amount.
Yeah, we'll get a report to the council once the final bill comes in.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion.
And I'll second, I just want to add that there's a lot of other areas they could be working on. And I understand that we do need to move this through. But, I mean, as Mr. Zanoni knows, I'm at one of our breaker stations once a month, sitting there watching them repair it for 4 hours, because if I don't, then the neighborhood is knocking on my door. So there's a lot AEP could be doing, And if there is anything else that we could do to work with them to speed up the process on fixing or replacing many, many other stations, materials, whatever, keep, I guess, pursuing that path. But yeah, I second the motion and thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Item number
Can I
9.
see Mayor, Councilman Barrera? I just wanted to.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mayor.
That's all right. Item number 19 is a resolution suspending AEP Texas Inc.'s requested rate increase. And who pulled that one? Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, I pulled this just so we can explain it. I know this is something that we do every year, but I think it warrants explanation as to why we do this on a regular basis.
Right.
So, Miles, if you wouldn't mind.
AEP uses our franchised rights-of-way to deliver electricity to the people in Corpus Christi. And they do that to most of the cities in Texas, the cities that have franchises. That's actually different than the previous one we were paying for. In the previous resolution, we were paying for the cost of a utility line because it was in their private easement. In most of the parts of the city, they use our franchised rights-of-way. Consequently, we have special regulatory authority, original regulatory authority over the rates of AEP. That we've been replaced in large part by the PUC, but we still have the ability to oppose a rate increase on behalf of the customer, the electricity customers. Now, AEP has proposed approximately a 10 to 13% rate increase on its customers, and we have a role in opposing those rate increases so that they're not given in an unlimited fashion. Every 5 years, they have a major rate increase, and every year they have a mini rate increase where we have lesser ability to oppose it. This is a major rate increase year. So what this does, this resolution initially, it suspends the rate increase for a period of 90 days, and it authorizes us to hire attorneys who are specialized in opposing AEP's rates, and we'll get back those attorneys' fees from AEP at the resolution of the rate case.
Thank you. And with that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
The motion carries. Item number 25.
21.
Well, I go in the order in which they're pulled.
Okay,
This is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a one-year lease agreement with Turo, Inc. for peer-to-peer vehicle sharing service at Corpus Christi International Airport. And Councilman, who pulled this one? Councilman Busley? Okay.
Okay. I'd never heard of this service before, so this is interesting. I'm not sure who's brave enough to rent their car out. I'll barely loan it to my wife, let alone rent it out to somebody else. But my concern here is we're going to let them use parking places in the short-term parking, and they've been doing that, but now they're going to pay us for that right. But what if we end up with 150 of these cars in our short-term parking, and then our customers who utilize the airport, which we're trying to cater to begin with, come out there and they can't find a place to park?
Yeah, it's a good question. Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin Smith, Director of Aviation. So right now, there's about 28 cars on the Turo app based in Corpus Christi. Out of those, there's about 12 that are eligible for the airport, basically meaning the owner of that Turo will bring it to the airport and let the customer pick up there. A lot of them you have to go to their house or go to the mall and pick the car up there. So I don't foresee us getting to that level. But the flip side of that is if they're paying us 10% of the gross revenue, then the more the merrier, in my opinion. We haven't filled up that short-term lot ever since I've been here.
Okay.
So I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Well, I think in a contractual agreement like this, we should always protect ourselves from the unknown.
Sure.
And I would highly recommend that we put language in this contract before we sign it that says that if it comes to the point, regardless of what that number is, that we see that this is infringing on our ability to service our airport customers, that we can pull the cord on it.
Absolutely, yeah, no problem.
I think
I agree with
that.
that.
I think that
Completely.
would, so I would like to move that we table this until we can get that language corrected.
We can just, we can make that as a motion on the floor, Councilman, if you want.
Pardon me?
You could make that as a motion on the floor. We
You
could
include-
take care of the business right now.
I don't know what the proper language would be, Peter, so.
Well, just what you said is what, yeah.
Yeah, if it starts to impede on our parking spaces for our customers
Right.
using the airport for air travel, then we have the right to either amend.
For
or
air travel or
cancel.
any other thing that we deem
Yeah.
appropriate for
Yeah.
airport usage, then we can cancel this
It'd be at our
contract.
discretion.
Yeah,
It'd be
absolutely.
at Kevin's discretion, so.
Yeah, and the hard part is, every day we don't have this agreement in place, we're watching these touros drive off the lot with no revenue.
I understand. No, I think it's a good ideal, and like I say, I find it very interesting that
I know.
people would be.
Yeah.
It's like Airbnb
their
for
car.
your car.
I know. So you're making, you are making the motion with an
Making an amendment, but
Well-
I think
An
Mr.
amendment.
Risley had something to say.
To the contract.
Who does? Miles?
Mr. Risley, yeah,
Yeah,
Miles.
Councilman, if you want to make the motion with that, Miles will get the final language in the agreement.
This has a right to terminate. Either party may terminate this agreement upon giving 30 days prior written notice to the other
We're
party.
not talking about terminating it, though, it's just reducing the number of vehicles.
Well, not necessarily that, Peter.
Oh.
I go back to what Miles says. I think if we have the understanding that we will pull the plug on this contract if we need to,
Right.
Yeah.
then that's the important thing for me.
We do have a letter E in the non-exclusive lease agreement. Says the city reserves a right at its sole discretion to reassign the designated location for attended vehicle exchanges at the airport, or to terminate all designated locations for attended vehicle exchanges at the airport at any time following the 30-day written notice to Turo, or immediately if the city is compelled to for good reason due to security, repairs, construction, or other good cause.
Okay, that's good enough for
And
me.
it's there, yeah.
So
it is
it's in there.
But that's a great point, because that wasn't, we didn't know that, so
Yeah,
that's what.
It's a long
I
document.
didn't read the contract, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's
but
okay, I didn't read that part of it either. I knew the 30-day, but I didn't know that part, so.
Okay, very good. So you did, okay, we'll get to you, but
I made a motion.
you made the motion, so we don't need to amend it.
We don't need amendment.
Okay, and I'll second the motion. Councilman Hernandez.
So I wanted to get some coach, because I've actually used this service. Simply because they had vehicles that you couldn't, I was looking for a specific vehicle. They wasn't available through the normal services. My wife suggested we look at Turo, and I said, oh, what the hell's that? And she goes, it's like Airbnb for cars.
That's right.
Right, so it was a good experience, and I think that's it. Now, are you going to have designated spots for this to occur that is going to be identified by a sign? I mean, because, you can kind of limit how many cars can be there based on the number of, spots.
Yeah, we put a lot of effort into this, where we're going to put those spots, and they're going to be on the very last row of short term, so as far away from the terminal as possible. And we're going to number those spots. We're not planning on designating them as Turo only, because there's other reasons we have people park in certain spots in the lot anyway, so it works in our favor as well. We're numbering 1 through 40. I don't ever see us needing those spots, but those spots are pretty much empty all day long, every day, right now.
Okay, so there is a designated spot.
And they will have a tag on the vehicle showing that it's a Turo car, so we'll be able to monitor and check that they're in the right places. We're even doing a geofence for those 40 spots, so that Turo needs to get in that location in order for the customer to be able to unlock it.
Oh,
it's bizarre.
That works for me. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I just wanted to make a statement. I did email Kevin about that I thought that this was a good, program. It's actually a great model, I think, to start thinking that, taking 10% of the gross is, maybe another way that we can approach some of our other, agreements or businesses that we might encounter. So anyway, I think it's going to work out, and thank you for bringing up that language. Councilman Pusley about making sure that, we look out for our own. So, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And our last item pulled is item number 21, and that is a resolution to approve the revised calendar year 2024 annual audit plan to include an audit of the human resources hiring process and be implemented by the city auditor's office. Gentlemen or ladies?
Yeah, Mayor, I had pulled this only because I don't know if it's something when, where you show the departments and the audit areas and all that. Is it something that you just do that you don't include like a timeline? That was my only question. Or is it something you purposely exclude? I mean, is there a reason why it's not included?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is George Holland. I'm the city auditor. To answer your question, which is a good one, we have some flexibility intentionally designed into the audit plan, which allows us to resource allocate appropriately to the engagements as we see they're coming about, and also dependent on other factors such as a new implementation. In the case of this HR audit, there's a new system going in place, so we would flux based on that timeline, based on when that would be implemented, would be post-implementation. So we intentionally try to stay away from any kind of commitments to a date specific.
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure why, and I was like, I wonder why it's never included, but all right. So I guess it's more for flexibility. But it's just, I don't know, I myself would like to have some sort of deadline or timeline so that, that department and you and the community knows that, we're sticking to, a certain schedule. I mean, I can understand things come and you have to, allow for that, but we should have some sort of timeline, and we should say, okay, 6 months, not like a year or 2 years or whatever it is, because then it just stays in limbo. For me, that's the way I would approach it.
And you can see in the actual slide that we do indicate the projects in place that are currently underway, as well as the ones that are planned. So you can see we've made considerable progress since the last year, where we had quite a few that were project carryovers, quite a few that were projects that had been delayed, to your point, for several years, and we've made considerable headway in getting through those. You can see our productivity's increased dramatically in the last year.
Well, when were you hired? I mean, you just...
A year ago. A little over a year, 1 month.
Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
basically you're doing your job.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll entertain, Councilman Hernandez.
Let me get in here. I want to say that, we've probably been more productive with the audits here in this last year than we have been in the last several years. And we've gone through quite a bit. So what I'll ask George to do in our next thing is to provide kind of a list of what was completed and what is pending for the year, maybe on a quarterly basis. That way you get some more information as to how how things are progressing. The 4 members, myself and 3 others that are on the audit committee, kind of know what's happening, and just kind of similar to how you being on the municipal court. I'm not really sure everything's going on municipal court, but these things are progressing. If we had issues, we would be bringing them to the attention of the council. But anyway, thank you, George, for the work that you've been doing. Mm-hmm. And this was specifically added more fine-tuned because we had some concerns about how long it took from when somebody is when the department asks to be hired and do interviews and the time they're actually brought on board. There's been a long lag time there, and I'll give you a specific example with code enforcement, where they hired them in November and they didn't come on board until January, and they lost half of them, or almost half of them, because it took so long before they were actually hired. So we want to see what processes can be improved from an audit perspective, so we can get those improved. That's why this is being audited, being added to the audit plan.
And I totally respect that.
Can I just add to that? So Michael's not here, or anybody from code, but the story I got from the team was a little bit different than that. Not to say that's not accurate, but just we'll well, I just wanted for the record to say that's not what they told, not what my department heads told me, but just,
And
you know,
it'll all get
there's
flushed
something-
out in the
I know-
audit.
I know Al Raymond may have told you something, and we'll go from there. Yeah.
And Peter, it'll all get flushed out in the audit.
I know, I understand, no problem. We're appreciative of George and his team, and he knows that. He goes to all of our department head meetings, and we
Yeah,
welcome
and
the
I don't
work
mean
that
to
he
call
does.
out code enforcement or HR or anything like that. The idea is for us to partner and get better as an organization,
Right.
not to say you're bad, we need to fix you kind of thing. It's to see where our audit can identify things to help improve the organization.
Right.
So it's never about, we're going to get you a hammer kind of thing. It's how can we do this better?
Right,
How
that's
can we
how
make sure we
George and
save
his
money?
team work, and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we look
I'm
for
sure they do.
ways to make automated processes simpler for the departments that we review. We kind of try to look for efficiencies wherever possible, bottlenecks, identify where there may be bottlenecks, and kind of improve on those processes that are in place, which are
Absolutely.
working a lot of times effectively, to your point.
We welcome that more than ever. It's tough to hire, it's tough to attract, hire, and retain staff here, so, as is from many major companies, if you will. So we welcome it. We hope George will give us some insight that'll help do those three, help to attract, retain, and keep people there. Mhm.
Right. Very good. Thank you, George. Y'all are doing a great job.
Good job.
Thank you. Okay, our last item pulled is item number
Wait.
20.
Did we
What?
make the
Oh.
motion?
Did we
Well,
make a
with that,
motion? Was there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Our last item pulled, Councilman Pesley, this is an ordinance, item number 22. Ordinance amending section 14-544, et cetera, of the Corpus Christi Code to update certain provisions, including FEMA compliance requirements. Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Ernie, I'm just a little confused here. If you look, and it's probably my fault entirely, if you look at the presentation, the four-page presentation, and you look where the code update says that you replace should with shall, and you remove parks from the policy, but yet when I go read the policy that's attached here, that's not what you did. You did exactly the reverse of that. So,
You are correct. It should be shall instead of should. I'm sorry. You're saying the PowerPoint,
So
it
if
should be should instead of shall, and the PowerPoint's probably incorrect. Right, is that what you're saying?
well, I don't know which one's incorrect.
Yeah.
I'm
so
trying to figure that part out.
We replaced, so if you go to page 7.
Yep, that's
of
the
the
one I was
ordinance,
looking at,
It
7.
says non-structural fill placed on Zone 5 sites should be similar. That's what it.
That
that's
should
the-
what it say.
It should say should.
Should say, yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
It's easy
For the
for you to
record, Ernie
say.
Delagarza, Director of Public Works.
And parks should be in there.
And parks should be removed.
So but it's still in there.
It's
You
placement
just,
of
you just took
parks.
it out of the first part of item
Correct.
D and put it in the middle of it.
You are correct, yes, sir. It should be crossed out.
Okay.
Yeah, that was missed. You are correct. So we need to get that out there.
Okay. All right.
But the should is correct.
Mike, are you amending the proposal
Right.
before us then?
Well, I don't know whether I am.
I know, so it's
I'm a
just,
little
is the document correct and maybe just the PowerPoint's incorrect, correct?
The page 7.
I think
just needs
they're
to have
both
the
incorrect.
parks
So we need to amend. Is that correct?
Yeah, okay.
We need to amend?
We need to amend
Okay.
parks so that it is scratched out as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I'll make a motion to strike parks in paragraph D, paragraph 15 subsection D.
And I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, any opposed, say no.
And now we need to approve the main motion.
Motion carries. Okay, so now you want to do that?
And I'll make a motion, we approve
Second.
item 22 as amended.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second as amended. All in favor, say.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just very quickly, Mike, I want to be clear about this because we took care of the word parks at the bottom of that same page, page 7. Did we address the should versus shall at the top of the page? It's correct as is.
It's correct
It's
as
correct as
All right,
is.
never mind, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you, Ernie.
you're welcome.
Good catch, very good catch. Very good catch.
I can't read that. Either I'm crazy or that's wrong.
Okay, public hearings, items 28 and 29. Item number 28 is a zoning case number 0124-05, Corpus Christi Corridor LLC, located in District 5, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 6202 Yorktown Boulevard.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Demas with Development Services. This item, case 0124-05, was previously heard a few council meetings back, and we were at a discussion about the extension of a wall to the rear of the property. The original case, just to quickly go over, it's a recommendation from CN1 to CG2 General Commercial District. Next slide, please. Just to recap, the request is based on expanding the opportunity from the CN1 district, which is commercial in nature, to CG2, which grants additional uses, specifically a use of a standalone bar. Next slide, please. Of the 36 notices mailed out, we received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. Next slide. Now, we added this slide to show all of the commercial expansions that have occurred along Yorktown Boulevard. As you can see, it has happened way back since the 80s all the way to the present day, filling in of various CG2 general commercial, so this will not be the only CG2 along this corridor. And aside from that, it won't just be limited to the corners at Cimarron and South Staples. We do have pockets of CN1 and CN2 along the interior of the corridor. This property is located at the lower right-hand side and asking to transition also to the CG2 district. But in essence, it's to show that this is very much along the north side a commercial corridor in nature. Next slide. Now, to recap on the discussion from the last council meeting, as you can see on the upper left-hand corner, the wall that is required per the UDC has been installed, and it is along the left-hand side of the property and the rear. As the second phase, so if regardless if the change of zoning is approved, that wall will need to be expanded because it is based on noise generators, meaning if a dumpster is located back there, if a service alley or some other means of parking is located along that back property line, the wall will be required per code. So again, regardless of the zoning, which is specific to land use, that wall will need to be constructed. Now, moving on to that last slide, our staff recommendation at this time remains approval, along with Planning Commission, to approve the CG2 General Commercial District. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, if we were told that the wall was going to be extended 2 weeks ago, we probably would have passed it at that point. So we were concerned about the noise mitigation.
Yes,
So
sir.
as long as the requester is going to extend that wall to ensure that there's a sound barrier between the houses behind them and the business, because at CG2 you can put a bar and grill, you can put a nightclub, you can do a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
So that was the main reason behind us postponing this. So I'm okay with it as long as they build that wall. I don't want another situation where we have the Nest nightclub that's caught, that we had a lot of complaints about because there's no noise barrier between them and the wall. Now I understand there's a little bit more space in between this property where the setbacks are a little bit greater, but still we want to make sure that there's that noise barrier.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
We have a public hearing.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry. Yes, thank you. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Let's see here. Now we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 29 is zoning case 0124-06, Sunriser Park LLC, located in District 4, an ordinance rezoning a property at or near 922 West Lakeside Drive.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our second case, last case for the afternoon when it comes to zoning, case 0124-06, located in the Flower Bluff area, is a request from the single-family district and a SP, which is an old remnant back from the 80s, transitioning both to the RM2 multifamily district. The purpose, next slide please, the purpose of the request is for a cottage-style multifamily property. So these aren't tall apartments, it nowhere impacts our aviation zones that involve the military overlay. These are one-story cottage-style, but it is technically called a quote-unquote multifamily development. Next slide, please. Of the 14 notices sent out, we received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. Next slide. And of course, we've had many discussions with our partners with Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi, Ben Pollock, to ensure that we're not interfering with any flight traffic. Again, these are one stories, so it no longer impacts any type of vertical obstructions that's involved with the military overlay. It is outside of the ACU zone, so it does not impact any of our code requirements when it comes to restricting residential uses. And we feel it's a good infill project for an area that has kind of been a manufactured home park that has been declining over the years. So it's a good chance to infuse some positive residential buildings into this area. So with that, Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval for the RM2 multifamily district. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are.
Councilwoman Campos.
On the application, it does mention that it's going to be for seniors, and it's expanding the existing 5-unit apartments to a total of 35 with 30 new units out of steel shipping containers.
Yes.
Has that ever been done?
That is becoming a more and more popular design. The reason for that is you can imagine that these are containers that are already come hurricane resistant. They're easier to strap, they're easier to install, they're far easier to maintain, and they're definitely weatherproof.
No, I agree. I mean, I've heard of these containers for other cities, and I know that there's a coffee place out there in the island that's done out of the containers, but I've never have seen or have heard of something like that being proposed here in Corpus Christi. Would this be the first?
It won't be the first. It'll be the first probably for senior development, but it is not the first by any means for residential. We've had Mueller buildings, we've had Morgan buildings, we have all sorts of different building types that have come in over the years that are more affordable and easier to maintain.
But you're talking about actual cottages that people, not businesses, but actual apartments.
Actual residences, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, well, good to know. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm abstaining from this.
You're abstaining, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 29? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing.
Motion to approve.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second with Councilman Suckley abstaining. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Aye.
The motion carries. Section N, which is individual consideration items, numbers 30 through 33. Item number 30 is a motion authorizing the amendment number 1 to a master services agreement for staff augmentation services to AGCM of Corpus Christi. Mr. Edmonds.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This item is an amendment to a contract that was awarded by council last year to AGCM that will add contract value to the contract. For those that don't know, AGCM, they're a homegrown local firm that specializes in providing owner's representative type of services in support of capital construction programs. They've been providing these type of services to the city of Corpus Christi for nearly 30 years, started with the arena construction. Although they're based here in CC, they have expanded beyond our boundaries and are doing work pretty much all over the state. City Council, if we approve the next couple of items, we're going to be awarding construction contracts on today's agenda that probably exceed any other council meeting in the city of Corpus Christi. Those contracts awards can legitimately raise questions about how we will manage that increased construction management workload. I think that this contract amendment is part of the answer to that question. Under this contract, AGCM provides experienced construction professionals for a negotiated all-in hourly rate. They've been very responsive to us, and their costs to date on this have been very reasonable. And I'll make a commitment to you going forward. I know there's been some concern because this contract was sole source to AGCM that we do any of this in the future, we're going to go back to competing this based on price and qualifications of the individual inspectors. And I stand ready for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Peter. You know, I jumped all over you on this last time we did this contract being sole source. And, you know, probably overdid it a little bit in that sense, but I mean, it goes. But I mean, why didn't we bid this out, knowing that we're going to have this? I mean, you had to know I was going to jump all over you on this.
You know, I anticipated it, but I had very little to do with this except say, let's put it on the agenda. So Jeff and Neiman did all the background work. You'll have to ask them.
No, you're in charge. You're the guy.
I'm in charge.
Right.
I put it on the agenda, and I support it. I recommend it, but I didn't do any of the background work. Jeff did, and Neiman did, and Josh, so we'll have to ask them.
Well, you can ask.
I get it.
They
but,
present. They prepare the work.
They already told me that it was what? How'd you say it, Neiman? You screwed up? Was that what? How'd you say it?
Sir, what I said was that the department was pretty inundated with actually getting execution of the CIP project. Working with Radna and Jeff, you're absolutely correct. We should have been more forward-leaning in keeping an eye on the expiration of the contract. We didn't. We were so caught up in the execution and inspection of the contract.
It's fine. You don't have to explain it. But, you know, this is, you know, and it puts me in a bad spot because I like AGCM. I think they're a good company. I think the people that run it are good people. But it puts me in a bad spot because, I don't like how we did this. We did a no-bid contract, sole source, and they're not a sole source. And then we're amending the contract again, or for that wasn't bid out to begin with. Okay, so I have a real issue with that because I don't disagree with what we're doing. By contracting these inspectors, that actually helps us execute these programs. It's a good model. And I know you think we should have it, mostly in-house, but this is not a bad thing to do. Right. It's actually a good thing to do. Right. And we should expand it to other, not just AGCM, but maybe have a master service agreement for multiple companies that may supplement based on experience, like Jeff had mentioned, based on the inspector, not necessarily the company. And it's a good model, but we need to bid these out. Don't do this again. Right. I mean, don't do this again. This is not the way we should be operating. We should give everybody a chance to do this. And I said it every time I raise my hand and do that oath. It's not for us to pick winners and losers, but to ensure there's a fair playing ground for everybody to compete equally. This is not it. Okay? Don't do this again.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
Okay, don't do this again. All right, this is twice on the same thing. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We're amending the current contract, right? You said this was a year ago?
Yeah, I think it's.
So we're adding. We're basically adding.
Adding more funding to the contract. That's correct, ma'am.
Right, because we need more inspectors.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we have, how many projects? Was it 9 or 3 or what was it?
Currently, we have $400 million worth of active projects, and we're also bringing the council either today or between now and the 26th an additional $200 million worth of contracts. So,
how long would it take to put this out again and start the whole?
At the fastest, after talking with procurement, it'd be 45 to 60 days. And
meanwhile, what happens to the projects?
Meanwhile, those projects and construction is ongoing and continues.
So that should be a point that is put before us, because I agree, Councilman, there has to be the right, a process, but if you're saying, however, The reason we already have a contract, they can help us, we can amend it, and we can get these projects moving because that's what we need. We're sitting here about to consider a $175 million bond with more projects that is going to need more manpower. So I think, and again, Councilman Hernandez, I agree with because you've said it multiple times, I agree with what you're saying and your points, but I think we also have to hear what you just said in response to my questions, which is, hey, it's up to y'all. However, we already have a contract or a contract in place. We need more, and if we don't, and that's up to us, then those projects are going to be the ones that are going to lag, and everything falls behind. So anyhow, I think it's both sides' points of view, I guess, are fair to consider. But I think that's very important to mention because we hear from the people. We hear. I mean, the Reverend that was talking about I think that was that today, the invocation. He mentioned, how painful it could be, construction. But I mean, we have to keep these things moving along or else we bottleneck. Councilman Roy.
One of the things, and I agree with what the mayor said and Gil, but in terms of where we're at right now, and I can't remember who I talked to, but one of the realities of where we're at right now is that there is so much construction business out there that these contractors can pick and choose what they want to participate in. And I think we've already heard this today, where you're sending things out to bid, and sometimes you're not getting anybody that responds, or you may only get one company that responds. So if we hold this another 60 days and we go back out, there's no guarantee that where we're going to be in terms of who responds. So is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. Yeah, yes, sir, it's a fair statement.
So I get that. That makes it even more important. I want to make sure that, is there a mechanism in place? You talk about this won't happen again. Is there a mechanism in place to manage this so that it won't happen again?
Yes, it is. The engineering department is especially strong in their processes and their reporting. It's just that with this new model, well, Jeff has stated before, it was a historical model, then it went away. We weren't able to bring that model back, and it simply wasn't a process in place to monitor, the expiration of that contract. Now that we found ourselves, as Councilman Hernandez has stated, back in this position again, the senior leadership of the engineering department and myself have identified, that lapse in the process, had discussions on how we're going to close the gap in that process, and we can assure you that there isn't going to be a third time where we're coming back without, this being competitively bid.
We walk a fine line in terms of the process because as council members, you hear us all the time talk about making sure that we use local.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so we're sitting here on one hand, this is a great company. We know that they do the right thing. They have a great track record, and we want to use local. So on the other hand, we know that contractors right now, for whatever reason, their plate's full. Right. And so I know you guys have a hard job. I understand that. In this particular case, I appreciate you guys admitting to that. I just want to make sure there's a process in place so that whatever the case is, that it's checked and double checked and triple checked so that we don't have this happen again.
Rather, sir, that's been closed.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Pusley.
So, Neiman, is there a situational process available here where we could, on a short-term basis, approve enough funding for this contract to get you over the hump while we have Josh and his staff go out for a bid to see if we could get other bids on that? And
I had discussions with Jeff about it.
Yes, sir, and I think that's what this is. I mean, I think it's going to be both.
Okay.
I think we're going to need more of this type of help, and we're willing to go out and compete it. But if we put a little bit more gas in the tank on this contract, we have actually used this more than we anticipated when we first put it in place, and it's helped us out quite a bit. So I would like to be able to put some more tasking on this contract, and we will compete this out back the way that we did that in the past.
Okay. Yeah, because like Councilman Roy just said and the mayor said, I agree with Councilman Hernandez's point. We need to be judicious about how we do this, but we backed ourselves into a corner, and the last thing we want to do is have contractors telling us, well, you've waited longer than our contract time limit was stated, and now you're going to have to pay more for the construction project. So we don't want that to happen. So anyway, on that basis, I'll support it, but we do need to bid this out.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have a motion? Yeah, you made the motion. No, who made the motion? Did anybody make the motion? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilman Roy, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Let's see. Item number 31, resolution approving, oh, I didn't open, did I open public comment?
No, 31?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. What about it?
Did I open public hearing?
Not on 30.
I don't think it's a public hearing. 31 is a resolution approving.
I mean, public comment.
I
did not?
You didn't.
Okay, let me open public comment. Is there anyone that would like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and we made a motion in a second. Item number 31 is a resolution approving pavement design recommendations for the Bond 2022 street projects.
I make the motion to approve.
Excuse me, before this, we would like to go through the presentation, because what's going to happen is if we don't understand it, when we come back with projects, the council's going to say, why didn't you bid it both ways? So just give us some, I'll just give you some quick background, and then Jeff may elaborate. Great, yeah, so in our bond, in Bond 2022, there are a number, there were street projects, I forget the number, 13 or 14, but the council policy has been to bid them both ways, being asphalt or concrete. However, over time, the council has refined that policy with professional input from the team. So we looked at these projects to see, could they be bid both ways, or should they be bid one way or the other? It doesn't make sense to have design money spent if the surface and the subsurface is conducive to one material or the other. And so as it turns out, all these projects are recommended to be constructed only one way, either asphalt or concrete, and that's what Jeff is going to go through. And then when we bring these to council and when we do the award contracts, you'll see that it's just one way unless council changes it today. So with that primer, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff.
I think Peter's pretty much covered it. The one factor that's driving a lot of these is continuity. So, for example, the section of Alameda that's under construction right now, we bid it both ways, and now it's being built concrete. And Public Works really doesn't want to go asphalt, concrete, asphalt, concrete. So it made sense to design these next sections in concrete and bid them in concrete only. And on residential streets, they don't want concrete, and a lot of these are residential collectors, so they're hot mix only. So basically, we're recommending all of these 22s going forward, they're going to be bid one way or the other. And there's a table in that presentation that lists all of those recommendations.
Let's go through the different slides.
Yeah, walk through them real quick, Jeff, because this will be.
Next slide.
Yeah. Well, you probably just said that, but, well, maybe not.
Okay, this is a reiteration of the policy where we pay a little bit of a premium for the concrete, and we're supposed to bring this back to update that number every year based on cost differential. We're really not recommending updating this policy right now because our recommendation is not to be bidding them both ways on the Bond 22 project. So next slide. And this is the list of what we're recommending. And a good example is the Alameda that is concrete, and the reason being that the adjacent section is concrete. And most of it is continuity driven. And we have developed this in consultation with Public Works. And if council passes this, this is the way we're going to finalize these designs and bid these projects out.
So these are recommendations based on either what they are currently constructed of, and or the basis, right? It just doesn't make sense. So therefore, we're not spending resources on doing both.
Right, and we don't want to go into a neighborhood and have one street
Right.
that's concrete, that's
Right.
just isolated.
I still think, that you said you're not going to update on the prior, which is, gosh, that was, that 125,000 was years ago, probably 7 or so years ago. But it still would be interesting and I guess
Well, we will
good
going
knowledge
forward.
to
We-
let us know what that number.
We will update that
Okay.
going forward, but since we're not recommending
Right.
bidding any both ways,
Okay.
we didn't think there was a need to do that research right now.
Okay, go ahead. Councilman Roy.
Based on 2022, your streets and pavement, but in the future, if you're looking at a new neighborhood, then you're going to bid it both ways?
It'll probably, it affects arterials more, and neighborhood streets, they want to stick to the hot mix.
To the hot mix, but
So,
arterials and,
Arterials and will probably be bid both ways, and if you start to have a dominant pavement type,
yeah.
then that might dictate what future sections will be.
So you're saying if I understand this, you have a predominant pavement type on Staples, and so 3/4 of it's Staples. There's no need to go out and bid it if it's already 3/4 concrete.
Right.
Because,
Concrete only.
yeah, why would you sit there and put a patch of asphalt amongst all the concrete?
Right, that's correct, Councilman.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so this list.
A banker can understand that maybe.
Yeah, this list here are the 13 projects that we have no policy on, and these are the ones that would be in question of, is it concrete, asphalt? The neighborhood streets, the project that Ernesto does in Public Works, those are all asphalt, unless there's some reason to do concrete only. So the policy really hasn't been necessary to use in the neighborhood streets. But these are streets where these are higher utilized streets. These are all bond program projects, all bond 2022. We did a similar exercise for bond 2020. Council approved whether or not they're both ways, concrete or asphalt, so that Jeff knows when he puts them out for design, and then council knows when they come to council, why was it just one way or both ways. So this is the primer for these projects for the bond 2022.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick question, Ernie. So, for example, or it might be a Jeff question, but either way, for example, Flower Bluff Drive is on here. That's the one that's in design right now. So, as you know, in Flower Bluff Drive and Padre Island, with the soil being primarily sand, we get a lot of streets where over time you end up seeing the gophers underneath the streets causing issue. Is that something that we're going to address or consider when we're deciding concrete versus asphalt in those two communities?
Correct, yes, sir. And what we were looking at for this Yorktown to Don Patricio, that other section of Flower Bluff Drive was already upgraded with the flexible pavement. And if that one was concrete, then we would have recommended concrete for the whole thing. But because that first section was flexible, we had that continuity. To your question about the gophers, we could very simply, and I'll ask Jeff to remind me when we get to that point, is we just cement treat the base and put the hot mix on top of that, and that'll keep the gophers out.
Is that something that HDR needs to reflect in the design work?
Yeah, we can look at that.
Okay. Yeah, if y'all could share that to make sure we're looking at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez and then Councilman Pesley.
Now, Timbergate, I understand there's houses on that road, but it's the entire section of the road. There's not like a continuity thing there associated with that. From Timbergate ends at Snow Goose and then comes to a major intersection with Staples.
Perfect.
Right, so I know that portion of Staples belongs to TxDOT. But why not include that as an option for concrete?
Anything that's in the residential area, you're going to have challenges with a concrete pavement getting the residents in and out. I think Jackfish, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had this problem with Jackfish, and they had to call an audible after they had a concrete pavement, and then the residents came out and engineering also found that one should have been flexible because of the constructability issues that you're going to run into. And we also, back in my day when we built I think it was Ralston and the other neighborhood street when this program first started with the RSRP. We built those concrete, and we had issues with constructability. And so your challenges are you have so many joints, so many driveways, that it really slows things down. So it's easier and better for the contractor. I believe it's more cost effective to do a flexible pavement in the neighborhood areas anytime you have a bunch of driveways abutting the pavement. Now, if it's a development and nobody lives there, then you can do that up front, build the concrete pavement before everybody moves in.
So you're saying that because of the time it takes for concrete to cure, that they can't get into their house, or is that what you're saying?
Right. So if they do all of the
but wouldn't that be the same
formwork and the chairs and the rebar, everything that they have to do, you're going to build it in small sections, and in some instances you don't have. Go ahead. Yeah. Well, yeah, and you can engineer any pavement to do what you want it to do structurally, but when it comes to the neighborhoods, it's going to be the constructability.
Well, wouldn't you have the same problem? I mean, you're replacing the sidewalk, the curbs, the gutters, the sidewalks. I mean, you have the same issue.
Not necessarily, not with the flexible pavement. I mean, because you can do the flat work and then come to your subgrade and all that other stuff, after the fact. And so it goes a lot faster. Really it's just a constructability thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Presley.
I'm sorry, one other question. I noticed Yorktown wasn't on here.
That was a 2020 design, and my understanding that's being designed.
Both.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
So Ernie, if I understand right, so the purpose of this item is to basically continue the recommendation that was submitted to the council a while back. I can't remember the bond for the bond 22 construction. Is that correct, or?
Yeah. Yes, sir. What we're trying to do is get council to bless this list, and then we're going to give this as guidance to the designers, and you're going to see these projects coming back for construction contract award, and we're just trying to get everybody on the same page so that we don't have this discussion each project that's coming forward for award.
Okay. And I know this probably won't go any further, but the only time I ever disagreed with Richard Martinez was on this plasticity index rule as it pertains to concrete, and I had the same conversation with you, Jeff, if you remember.
I think I said I agreed with you, sir.
Yeah, and you did. And I just,
Really does too, by the way.
I think you can put concrete anywhere, regardless of what the plasticity index is. And you just have to design it correctly. So, what should drive our decisions based on whether we're doing asphalt or concrete ought to be two things: cost and the condition demand. So for example, Westchester Street from Leopard Street to Agnes, if we put anything there, there's hardly any road left there now because it's all industrial. The people who own those businesses there park 18-wheelers in the middle of our street and then use their heavy-duty forklifts to go out and unload their trucks. So Ernie, there's hardly any pavement left. We've patched potholes until there's nothing left to patch. If we put anything there besides concrete on that street, when we replace it, we're just wasting money and time. And so I realize that cost is a big deal, but even if the cost of this street, if asphalt were cheaper, it still behooves us to look at the conditional requirements of these streets.
And I think that was part of the justification of on McCampbell there, because that's
yes,
there.
Same argument. There's a whole bunch of those kinds of Westchester streets that are totally industrial and have been, just basically ground to nothing because they were never designed to handle the capacity of trucks and weight and other things that they're having to carry. So I'm going to continue my protest, if you will, about this plasticity index deciding whether or not we go with concrete or asphalt?
I don't think we took that into much consideration on this.
Okay.
And McCampbell, it was the truck traffic. And
Yeah.
It was more continuity and I think constructability.
Okay.
What we're seeing on narrow roadways, there's constructibility problems on a residential street or a narrow street. And then if you have a lot of driveways, it's going to interfere more with the residents.
And I know it's early in the game, but have we examined our projects where we allowed roller compacted concrete to be utilized?
We visit those every 6 months and do a condition assessment and have them correct any of the deficiencies that meet the criteria that were outlined in that developer agreement.
So based on your inspections, are they holding up like they were advertised?
There's been a good number of repairs there.
Okay. Okay, I was just asking. Okay, that's all I had, and thank you very much.
Okay, we've got a couple more, but I just want to make sure I heard you right. Did you just say that you agreed with the councilman that concrete can go anywhere?
What we agreed, I do not think the plasticity index is going to be a consideration next time we revise this. I think that we made a statement that we had previously, when there was a high PI soil, that maybe it wasn't appropriate for concrete. And he's saying that he disagrees with that. I disagree with that, and Ernie probably disagrees with it.
Okay.
We can make it work.
Right, interesting.
Excuse me, I'm
Okay.
confused myself. So you say, Ernesto, who's the pavement condition expert, just for the record, just simply put it, are you saying concrete could go anywhere, even in highly expansive soils?
Correct. So any engineer can design a pavement to work on top of any subgrade. And so.
Maybe what we're not asking then is to do that anywhere, it could be more costly than if it was not so,
Right.
so expansive?
Well, yes and no. I think a lot of, there's, what we're not considering when we talk about rigid pavement versus flexible pavement is that when you design a rigid pavement, it could be continuously reinforced, it could be jointed with no reinforcement, or it can be jointed with reinforcement. And so you have those three totally different types of pavements and totally different costs.
Okay.
And so then when you go and you say, I have an underlying soil condition, that underlying soil condition shouldn't dictate what I'm going to put on top of it. Things like constructability, truck traffic, no truck traffic, availability of material locally. So for example, we have cement readily available, lime readily available. A pavement engineer might come from Houston and say, let's treat it with fly ash. We don't have fly ash here. You know, so all those things you have to consider and optimize your pavement design and then come up with the best solution, cost, constructability, traffic, so on and so forth. Those are the things that should be in a policy so that when you go and you design and you present it as an option for bid, that those are the things you consider.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, Everett Roy, Councilman Roy.
So what you're saying, can you modify your, I don't want to call it equation, but your formula, yeah, so that if you know that it's going to be a high truck density area with heavy equipment, and so you do the comparison side by side, and then you take in consideration this outlier, well, you know, this is, and then come up with an adjustment, is that something maybe you should incorporate? So, I mean, it could work the other way around. You could sit there and say, you know what, this is an area that's pretty much, we got to redo the street, but it's not traveled well, it's out, you know, it's right on the border of this or that, and we think that because of that, the adjustment, it could work for this instead of concrete. You know what I mean? So you have adjustments that you could build in there so that it would show that you did look at that and you took that into consideration, so that a year from now, and I say this because not that I intend on anything happen to either of you, but if you weren't here and somebody tried to go back and say, okay, what was the rationale that they used to put this concrete over here on this one area, then you can go back and look at that and say, oh, okay, this is a heavy, high-traffic area with heavy trucks, school buses, or whatever the case is, because we have that over on, what's the other street, Mike, that we're yeah, there's multiple streets that we get calls on, and in the long run, we're going to save money, because it doesn't make sense to put, flexible pavement in something, and then you're redoing it in a year anyway, or
Correct.
2 years.
Correct. Yeah, so the way you would find out after the fact is, as part of every project, a geotechnical design is submitted, a pavement design is submitted, so that would tell you what they were thinking and why they made the decisions that they made.
And that's easy for a layperson to find that and understand why you guys did that.
Correct, correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilman Hernandez.
So is traffic, the type of traffic that goes on these ever taken in consideration?
Yes and no.
Or
So
the
there
amount
is
of
the-
traffic, the
Yes.
traffic counts, I mean,
The way a pavement is designed is that you project for 20 years or 30 years, depending on your design, how much traffic you're anticipating getting, and then that traffic is normalized to an equivalent single axle load. So to simplify the statement, we take a bunch of traffic that's anticipated to go from point A to point B on a road, and then we normalize it to an 18-wheeler type wheel. And we say, how many equivalent 18-wheelers does that represent? And we take that as the heaviest load. So we don't have 18-wheelers on residential streets. We don't really have them on collectors, but that's how the AASHTO is set up. That's how most of your pavement design is set up. So what our IDM does is it puts a general traffic number to a residential street, a general traffic number to a collector and arterial, and then the designer would take that number and then use that. So it's a very statistical design. Since I identified that, and to what the problems you just explained about, well, some locations have trucks and some don't, that's why we're getting, we have a contract to get what's called weigh in motion traffic data on Ocean Drive as part of our assessment for that corridor, as part of that maintenance plan that we're putting together, so that we can get exactly what that number is, that anticipated loading, because that instrumentation will monitor the traffic and then give us the actual projection of what's going to happen in 20 years, and we'll use that to evaluate how much life is in Ocean Drive. Now, for what our designers do day in and day out, they use table values. And those table values are what we're using to come up with our thicknesses and selection of materials and so on and so forth. So, for example, if you're on Westchester or something like that, that's not a projection. We just know there's heavy trucks. So then there's another type of design that we can do, which is, it's termed the modified triaxial, for example. And that takes the heaviest wheel loads into consideration. And then you use that as the determining factor for what you're gonna, how thick it's gonna be, rather than I anticipate 7,000 cars in the next 20 years. And then what does that represent in terms of 18-wheelers? So there's two different types of things. And so the answer to your question is, our geotechnical consultants, we give them a requirement and then they use statistical data to come up with, because that's all we have as a city. So to make the comparison, when I was at TxDOT has a division in Austin, and they have counters throughout the whole state, and so that they can go and project exactly any roadway in their system, how many 20-year equivalent ESOL loads are anticipated on FM 624, US 77, IH 37, and then they will use that exact data to come up with their projections for a pavement design. But as a city, we don't have those resources to go and get exactly those numbers on every single pavement design and get those exact. So they're statistical.
okay, so in looking at it from that perspective, you're not going to have a lot of 18-wheel traffic on a collector or a residential street, but you will have them on arterials.
Correct.
So why wouldn't you look at that as every arterial is a concrete or asphalt, and as opposed to limiting here? I think you have Flower Bluff Drive. I would assume you consider that an arterial.
I consider that an arterial, and and so for continuity purposes, we would say recommend the flexible pavement from one end to the other.
Well, I understand continuity, what you're saying.
But I hear what you're saying. You're saying, well, maybe put a patch of concrete Then the other portion is, are we ever going to come back for that portion that has curb and gutter from, I think it's Don Pat all the way to SPID? And the answer is probably no. And so you'll have two forms of pavement, which aesthetically, it won't look right in addition. And then, of course, you're going to have different maintenance procedures for one versus the other. So
Well, we kind of have that now. I mean, when we started doing concrete on Staples, we have sections that are asphalt, and then we have sections that are concrete, and it's not continuous all the way through. You're going to have, you're going to have some things that are not continuous. Staples, portion of Staples that goes past Saratoga belongs to TxDOT, so that's not concrete, but everything north of that is concrete. That's ours, right? North of Saratoga. So I'm kind of...
No, that's a good point. And Councilman Suckley, if you're okay with two different sections and we want to bid the alternate on one section and you're okay with having maybe for the next 20 years, because we won't be back probably, and so you'll have one section of concrete and another section of flex pave.
I'm completely supportive of it, and following up on Gil's or Councilman Hernandez's comments is, especially when as much construction as there's been on that street, and you go down there now and all the utility cuts and things that have happened, it's been on asphalt, and those aren't a perfect science, as we've talked about in previous council meetings about repairing them. At least with concrete, if they're going to cut into it, they're going to come back with concrete, and you would assume to be a lot better than what the utility cuts were on the asphalt. So again, supporting that concept of, I don't really care if there's, 1.5 miles of it's asphalt and the other 1.5 miles is concrete. I think it's the better option.
That, and Jeff, we can put that in there as the alternative. Yeah, that's not a problem. Like I said, that we're presenting you based on what we considered as the findings, but that's not a problem. We can do.
Well, at least for arterials, right?
Yeah, I think it does make sense too. And another good example was Yorktown. We wanted not the majority, but Gil and I did.
wanted concrete.
We wanted Yorktown to be concrete from Everhart to Staples.
Right.
And we were okay. The rest of it's not. Probably should be, but anyhow. Councilman Pusley. Or, no, I'm sorry, Councilman Hunter was next, and then Pusley. It's a hard system to get used to here.
I would say beauty before age, but I think you got me beaten both. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll tell you, I would not have seconded this without the last 8 years of guidance given to us by city staff and you're new, or newish. But their position versus our position on concrete and asphalt have always kind of collided, or at least some of us, not all of us. And it is enlightening to hear this, but at the same time, I was going to ask the same question Gil asked, but you already answered that. I'll ask another one. Do we need to go back and change our ordinance from $125,000 per lane mile if this is the case?
All right. We can review the policy. I think that, and this is just for me, managing the network, we do have to consider a maintenance of the concrete pavements. We do have a challenge with the striping also. We lose stripe very fast, and I'm assuming it's because we're using flexible pavement bid items on striping, and so we just need to tighten that up. But I think as a city, we're starting to transition because of all the pockets of concrete. We probably should be recommending the arterial network to go fully concrete, but then you're going to get less lane miles. But I think the arterial network is there, especially with Staples and Everhart going in that direction. We have about 90 miles, I think, for the whole network. And so at some point, we won't have projects on the arterial network because they're going to be concrete and they should last 30 years. So that'll shift the city as a whole if we did that. And so I think we can make the bids competitive. Like I said, if you had the contractors compete the different types of concrete pavements and still end up with a rigid pavement. And I think we're probably getting close to being there. Rather than making the comparison. Because even right now, the policy compares flexible and rigid, but really and truly, you shouldn't compare a 20-year, flexible should be a 20-year pavement design, a rigid should be 30. And you really shouldn't compare the two. It's not an apples with apples. So when you try to find that magic number to say this what triggers one versus the other, I think you will never capture the essence of the comparison, because there's so many different concrete pavements that you can design, and those costs are really hard to capture. And so I think when you're looking at long-term, system-wise, if we start going in that direction for the whole arterial network to go concrete, I would support it. But you would just have to, with the caveat that you have to consider you get less lane miles up front for a bond program.
Up front?
Yes, sir.
But in the long run?
But in the long run, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. That's very enlightening.
That's okay. So, Arnie, we have residential, collectors, arterials. What do you consider industrial?
So we actually, our GIS team, Public Works, have mapped out all the industrial areas, and we know which roads.
So would McCampbell and Westchester be?
West
Flato.
Suntide, anything that's around the industrial area.
Upriver Road.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I think you would agree that in most cases, the industrial qualified streets probably ought to, if cost allows, be concrete.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I will tell you that what I've heard from the public, and I don't know what else the other council representatives here, but people tell me all the time, why don't y'all just do concrete everywhere? I mean, I think taxpayers are even willing to see us spend a little more if we get roads that are going to last longer. And so I just wanted to give you that information as you go forward.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Councilwoman.
I can wholeheartedly agree with that, because I was speaking to Jeff just yesterday about our little area, which is on Carroll Lane, and that wasn't even, I don't think it's even been 10 years, and it's already all, wavy, and it would have behooved us if it had been done in concrete, because I know we wouldn't have had those issues. So again, yes, it may be a little bit more costly, but I guess we're going to be looking at how much more we're willing to pay, right? Is that what I'm hearing? So again, I just want to say, it looks like the concrete for at least arterial and collectors seems to be, that we're looking at it more with concrete than asphalt. Just at least where I live in our areas, asphalt just doesn't take the demand that it should in those streets. So anyway, just thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I understand trying to get this thing done ahead of time, but you're kind of, in a way, you're asking us to vote to circumvent our own policy of getting bids on both concrete and asphalt, which I kind of understand, in a way, trying to get some understanding behind this. But I think if we're going to do that, our policy has to change to where we identify what streets we want in concrete and which ones we don't. Because, I mean, I know there's some added cost on engineering if you're designing both. Am I correct?
Correct. I believe we were going off of number 4 of the policy. It says other criteria to consider if the adjacent paving section is PCC, consideration should be given providing a uniform surface type at the discretion of the public works staff. And so
Okay, and I understand that, but the reason we decided to go with concrete on Alameda is because the bids came in lower on Alameda for the sections that are being constructed right now.
Right.
And that's because we had the issue with the limestone base, and you require more limestone base for asphalt than you do concrete, correct?
You require more limestone base.
Right. That was the reasoning why the cost difference between the asphalt and concrete came in on Everhart was the difference in the base, in the sub, or the
You on Everhart or Alameda?
On Everhart.
Councilman? On Everhart.
No, I'm sorry.
Because you
Was
said
it
Alameda.
No, it was Everhart.
Everhart?
The most recent one? Okay.
All right, the most recent one, because the bids for concrete came in lower. So we're kind of predetermining what we want this to be without understanding the cost difference, which was kind of what the policy was based on. And I understand there's continuity stuff, and maybe I can understand the roads that have residential driveways and that kind of stuff associated with it. I'll give you that. But I think every arterial road should still follow the policy of concrete or and have those bids that way, because I think concrete really, to me, has the longer term value, because even if you do design it for 30 years, it'll probably last 50, as long as you maintain it. Because Rod Field was that old concrete road built in the 40s, and it lasted forever.
Right.
I mean, it was kind of beat up towards the end, but it was there for 70 years.
Right.
I want to say that, to his point, to Councilman Pusley's point, and even when we did our tour of the residential neighborhoods in the lakes, all the alleyways are concrete.
Right.
Zero maintenance on any of it. And it looks so much better than the asphalt streets that are in front of it.
Correct.
Right? So there's an inherent belief that the concrete roads are better than the asphalt roads.
Right. And if I may, so when we started, when I started at Public Works, we put our testing team together. All of the residential streets are built on 0 to ½ inch hot mix and 4 to 5 inches of base. And so it's not really a apples with apples comparison when you get a 6-inch slab, on top of anything, that'll hold compared to what the residential streets are because of, whatever development put it that way. And then that, like you said, I don't design, when we have our RPP program, I don't do that with any kind of ESOL determination. I just go and say, what's the heaviest wheel load? It's going to be the 50 to 70,000 pound fully loaded trash truck. And that's what I'm defending against. And then just making sure that our sections are thick enough to hold up against that, but not so much that I'm getting into the utilities. So that's how we're handling that. And so that, I just want to make sure we're, because we have a tendency to make those comparisons, but we just need to be.
Oh, it's not just us.
Right.
Right. It's not just us up here. It's
Right.
the actual residents, right?
Right.
When they can drive down their alleyway without hitting a pothole, but they can't drive down their street without hitting one, right?
Right.
So, just perception, right? And it could be based on construction, but like I said, if you put a 6-inch slab on anything, it's still, and we have trash trucks going up and down that all day long.
Right.
Right. So, I think we should still maintain, if we're going to do this, maintain our policy. Every arterial road should be bid in both. And then, as a matter of fact, if we want to, maybe revisit that policy and say all arterials going forward or should be concrete.
Right. Yeah, and the only concern is that if we do it, bid them both, and then where you don't have that continuity, you end up with a flexible payment as per the policy, well then it really just doesn't look right, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Give us a recommendation. We based it based on cost, right? Based on that $125,000 cost difference.
Right.
And so, because that's what we were looking at, what was the best value for how much we can get per lane mile, and what was that price differential? Okay, if we want to go forward saying arterials, we want concrete, collectors and residential roads and asphalt, and that we'll do that until we get all our concrete on arterial roads, and then we'll look at collectors.
We can do that.
So bring us some recommendations, but this is kind of trying to circumvent it.
I heard. Yes, sir.
Got it.
Good points, Councilman. And I think that at the end of the day, Ernie, it's your recommendation is going to weigh in heavily. So that has to be a part. I know it's a policy, but at some point in that process, right, of you, we need your recommendation to coincide with the policy, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Because each street, it's just different. It's you would, Dan Suckley or Councilman Suckley said, well, yeah, no, I'd be okay with it, but somebody else might not.
Right.
But then your recommendation based on your professional opinion, and that is going to be based on, it could be similar things, even though they're different arterial streets, it's just going to weigh in, I think, heavily.
Yeah, okay.
So.
That's not a problem.
Okay. I think we're done with comments and questions, so I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 31.
So one on the floor, Mayor.
I had made.
We have a motion?
Yes,
I had
ma'am.
made the motion to approve.
I'm sorry?
There was a motion, Ms. Campos made the motion to approve already, seconded by Mr. Hunter. So we have one on the floor already, Mayor.
I want to ask you, point of information, if Councilman Suckley wants to make an amendment for Flower Bluff Drive to also include concrete.
In Alameda. Yeah, is that on the list?
Yes, I'd like to do that. Motion to amend
In Alameda.
the material used for the Flower Bluff Drive to concrete.
To concrete.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Is it to also include concrete or just for concrete? It's both HMAC and concrete?
If, to the discussion that we had regarding arterials, with that being an arterial, I would prefer to see it be concrete, but.
Just straight up concrete then?
I'd prefer to leave it at concrete.
Well, because Councilman Hernandez is saying the policy.
It's his district. If he wants it in concrete,
but-
I'll second that.
Ernie, but what was your recommendation on that particular street?
Right.
Right, so my recommendation was hot mix, but the whole point of bringing it to you all was to get the feedback, right? But then Councilman Hernandez said, since the policy is in place, I understood you said let's follow the policy. So in that case, everything based on the policy has to be bid so that you can make the comparison and see how the policy falls and then what you recommend. And then later on, I'm going to follow up with a recommendation for a new approach, I guess is what we're saying.
I don't think you need an amendment.
What's that?
Well,
Do we need an amendment? Why do we need an amendment?
Well, because right now, the Flower Bluff is only recommended by the team to be in asphalt, not concrete. So the question is it only concrete or both, do design both ways, and then you run the policy and price?
That's what I understood, yes, sir.
Some of the other collectors are a lot smaller.
Wait.
Well, this isn't arterial.
I know.
Yeah, with this being an arterial, I would prefer to, if our recent experience has been that the delta between the two is not significant, I would rather us, because of the benefit of it being a 30, 40, 50-year solution for that arterial, I'd prefer to see it concrete.
Right, and to summarize, so we don't get confused.
Yeah.
What we were bringing to council is what we recommended based on what we read in the policy. We were taking number 4 of the policy and then making recommendations. And then in that process, Councilman Suckley had some feedback. We were ready to amend what we were recommending. Then Councilman Hernandez came and said, let's just follow the policy. In which case, we don't really have to amend anything. We just follow our policy for everything. And then the policy will land on what the bids come out to and what the outcome of the policy if you follow it as per the policies.
Yeah, I don't think we're recommending that, Ernie, because on some of these, it's clearly, some of them clearly you would want concrete only, like the McCampbell. We're not going to waste time and money bidding that in concrete, in asphalt. So I'm a bit confused myself. I don't know if we.
Okay, so what we were talking about was for the arterial being concrete.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'd mentioned about this particular process is kind of circumventing the policy of getting both bids.
Right.
I'm okay with that,
Yeah.
except for with the exception of arterials. If we want to do that in concrete, we need. And I asked Ernie to come back with a policy change if we want to do that, to where we're not bidding both of them, and we have a set policy saying arterials in concrete, everything else in asphalt.
Or concrete.
Or concrete.
Okay.
Then we got to change the policy because this is kind of circumventing the policy.
Yeah.
And asking us to vote on circumventing the policy. So.
And I hate the word.
I agree with that.
We're not trying to circumvent anything. We're just trying to.
No, we're not circumventing.
This is the recommendation of the professional experts. But so, are we saying that for Flower Bluff, change that from hot mix to just concrete, right? Yeah. Okay, and then all the other ones were fine with the professional recommendation. Okay, then we'll go with that.
I don't know if we are circumventing the policy. It seems like the policy is contradicting itself, really. and it needs to be brought back to us and reworked.
Yeah, we can bring the policy back as well.
I think we do need to redo
Yeah.
the policy, because when this policy was created, it was not clearly under the same, obviously, everything's changed, but it was just very, very different, and
It's evolved over
there was
time.
a lot of things that were not,
Right.
that I'm hearing today that it's very good, it's educational. So I think we need to re-look at the policy, because, again, the recommendation is going to weigh in heavily. So
Right.
to me, it isn't one way or the other. We
Yeah.
can't just waste resources if you're going by a piece of paper and you're saying, well, the council said this, so we're gonna do it this way, right, both ways. When inside, you're going, there's no reason we should do this. We should do it
Right.
this way. We have to
From
depend.
Campbell.
Y'all are, and I know you know this, I'm really talking to my colleagues, this is your profession, not ours. I want to hear from you. You are going to say, this is what I recommend, and the policy should state one or the other, and then we take in your recommendation. It's not black or white. There's that gray area, which is where you come in, and then we make the decision. But I think the ultimate sense here is we want to be able to go either way. We want to be able to go asphalt or concrete, but his recommendation is going to come into play with that. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. I mean, perfect example is his street right now. So
Yeah.
how do we rework the policy to where we include, it's really not reworking a policy. Well, I guess it is, but it's saying we have the option and to include your recommendation.
Yeah.
Councilman Suckley.
Yeah, just one more thing, Ernie. I don't want this to be perceived at all that I'm disregarding your recommendation, because like you said earlier, your recommendation you came to us today was based off the current policy.
Right.
And the continuity, which you addressed earlier. So, but based off the further discussion and the fact that it's an arterial, the issues potentially with gophers and things in the bluff, and the 30, 40, 50-year lifespan of that, I think for all those reasons, it makes sense to change and adapt what we originally had in the original recommendation. But I still rely heavily on what you think. If you raise your hand if there's something we're not thinking through or addressing here, so.
No, I think that's fine.
So I'm confused, Mayor. Are we recommending that they bring this back to us to change the policy or not?
You might want to do that, Councilman Pusley. If you ask me what my recommendation is, it would be to table this, bring back the policy, get that approved, and then we'll apply the 13
that's what I
projects
would
against
think.
it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're working ass backwards
we
on
need
it.
to table
So,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rescind my motion.
I mean,
Okay.
really, yeah.
All right.
Motion to table.
We can bring it back in 2 weeks.
Motion to table.
Second.
Okay, so we're gonna table, bring back the policy in 2 weeks or so, and then we'll move everything forward.
2 weeks.
We'll bring the policy back, and then we'll come back to another meeting with the projects, run against the
Okay.
policy.
3 weeks.
All in
then.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
They'll be all right.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay. Item number 32, motion authorizing a construction contract with CSA Construction for the Oso Water Reclamation Plant.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This is awarding a construction contract for upgrades at the Oso wastewater treatment plant, and also amending the professional services contract to provide construction phase services. This is the wastewater treatment plant that treats serves probably half of the residents in the city. This has been a project that's been in the CIP for, I'm going to say, about a dozen years. We broke it into parts when we were thinking about a single consolidated wastewater treatment plant. We did part of the project, upgrade the headworks, and then we decided back about 2017 that we didn't want to do the wastewater consolidation. We wanted to keep the plants where they were at and upgrade them, and so we started this project back going forward. So This project is going to get us out of the chemical oxidation, breakpoint chlorination, which is a very expensive process. It's going to increase the capacity and the maintainability of the plant by putting a third train in. You can take a train offline, which we can't really do right now. It's going to enhance reliability and maintainability and keep us in compliance with our discharge permit. CSA is a valuable partner that's done multiple treatment plant projects for us. So we were glad they were low bidder. They were in fact the only bidder, but this was competitively advertised. There were 196 people that downloaded the plans. There were 6 republishers that also published the bid documents, but as folks said, construction industry right now is a seller's market if you're in that business. So we are seeing less interest than we'd like to have in our projects, but we think this is a good bid, and we're recommending awarding this contract.
Great.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Councilman Klein?
Jeff, just to be clear, I think I know the answers, but the upgrades we're talking about here at the Owen Stevens plant, are these related at all to the consent decree order from the TCEQ, or is this independent of all that?
I'm going to call in a lifeline. I'd say it's a mixed bag. There is some that's consent decree.
Wesley Nipkin, I am Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. It is a mixed bag, just like he said. The consent decree requires us to spend the money to make sure that our system is running effectively, and that's what this is. It doesn't specifically call out the upgrades and the rehab that we're having to do at this plant as part of that agreement, but it does stipulate we go forward and maintain everything to a level that we don't have an issue meeting permitted levels.
I just want to be sure that I'm clear about this. If I get questions from the public about this. This is going to help us to meet the consent decree order?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And also get us more water, right?
No.
No?
This is for the wastewater treatment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Facility.
Sorry.
Yes,
long day.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what does this do to our wastewater rates?
I'm going to turn that over to Camille, who ran the analysis on this.
Oh, that's fine. So, of course, this is a rough estimate. Prices change for everything. But if we account for the additional debt that we're issuing that wasn't accounted for, which is $20 million, which is $1.3 million in actual debt repayment over 30 years, but we subtract the estimated $2.5 million in chemical costs, it actually decreases the cost of, it will decrease the anticipated wastewater rate in fiscal year 30.
Okay, but they don't happen at the same time, right? Your construction takes time.
The additional 20 million will happen at the same time as the chemical costs go out, because the 20 million will be in the last year of construction. That's additional, and that doesn't come online until 3 years after.
So you're talking about the cost overruns between what you anticipated and what you planned for, and the cost of the chemicals associated with it are happening in the last year.
Yes, because you're gonna, once that plant goes online, that cost of the chemicals will go away or significantly down. And the cost of the actual debt issuance, the additional that wasn't planned, is scheduled now for the last year of the rate model plan, which will then not occur for another 3 years. Basically, the debt payment does not happen that year. We'll issue the debt the following year, and then it doesn't go to the payment the following year. So you're actually going to have the decrease in operating costs before the debt payment comes in.
Okay, so let me repeat what you said.
Sure.
That the $20 million that we borrow doesn't start being paid on until a year later, but we'll see the benefits of the lower chemical cost before then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 32? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Councilman Barrera? Oh, you're on mute, sir. You're still on mute.
I'm sorry, I
Do
was
you-
on mute. Aye.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The motion carries. Item number 33 is motion authorizing a construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources for the construction of raw water influent and chemical facilities improvements at Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Oh, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. And I just want to point out, this item is a very important item as it is going to allow us to expand our water capacity ultimately by 30 million gallons a day, which is huge, and that adds to our water, resources. So huge investment, but very good news item, being we are in stage 2. Okay, I'll open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 33? Okay, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And our last item of the day is a briefing, item number 34, Parks and Recreation Department 10-year master plan briefing.
Time limit. Yes, sir.
We made you sit here all day.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Robert Dowd. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. Today, I will be presenting a briefing regarding our progress and updates on our Parks and Recreation 10-year master plan. Next slide. Thank you. The 10-year Parks and Recreation master plan was approved by Council in 2022. The master plan is to assist with annual budget initiatives and CIP projects. The master plan defines 4 goals: park system growth and access, park system investments, recreational programming, and administration and operations. There are numerous strategies for each goal, and I will be highlighting the key strategies in which Parks and Recreation has accomplished. Next slide. Goal 1, park system growth and access and trail network level of service, expand city-wide trail networks. Currently, a trail is being constructed from Holly Road, heading south along Carroll Lane towards Park View Park. This is a street bond project. The train trestle bridge project will consist of a 15-foot wide shared use path and a new pedestrian bridge across Oso Bay, which will connect Holly Road and Flower Bluff. Parks and Recreation will continue to work with the developers and consultants and other city departments to identify trail networks and future planning and future budget initiatives. Goal 2, park system investments. Strategy involves an asset management plan, branding program, and conceptual development plans, athletic fields, and shade structures. A strategy for an asset management plan via digital management system. Park technicians utilize tablets to access Maximo when performing inspections. Inspections are then logged into Maximo and then pulled through a reporting function. Parks and Recreation Department has also filled a position of a planner scheduler, which oversees our Maximo work orders. Our branding program, Parks and Recreation, has completed a system-wide branding and signage plan. We are in the process of replacing deteriorated and outdated wooden signs to a more modern sign, including our logo, as depicted in the picture above. Signs will be replaced at community centers, tennis facilities, gyms, and sports complexes. Also, Goal 2, a strategy to prepare conceptual development plans for the development and redevelopment of city parks. The master plan for Sherrill Park was adopted in March of 2023. Parks and Recreation continues to work on the Commodore Park and Marina master plans. For master plan surveys for public input have been completed and stakeholder meetings have been held. Tomorrow we have a Commodore Commodore meeting that will share proposed renderings. This will be at 6 p.m. at the Seashore Learning Center. Phase one of the master plan will include the helicopter. Phase one for the master plan of Sherrill Park will include helicopter and submarine. Next phase will be obtaining a cost estimate for the full design. Strategy to upgrade athletic fields and organized play. Next slide, I'm sorry.
Could you, Mayor,
Yes. What's that?
I just want to say about the Veterans Park, and I can't give the name yet, but we have a commitment for a very large donation for helping put up the helicopter.
Yes, sir.
Significant donation.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Yeah.
I think we need to move back one. I'm sorry. There you go. A strategy to upgrade athletic fields for organized play. Improvements to Greenwood Sports Complex are funded by Bond 2022. Improvements include grading, drainage improvements to the fields, electrical upgrades, and field rehabilitation. The complex is currently in the design phase. For phase one of maintenance programs, crews have been hired and began on January 9th. Program crews will maintain Salinas Park, Greenwood, and Bill Witt. A strategy to provide additional shade in city parks. New shade structures were installed at Labonte in 2023. We'll need to go to the next slide too, I'm sorry. There you go. And in April of 2023, the city announced a new initiative to plant hundreds of trees, greatly increasing the urban tree canopy. Additional Parks and Recreation has budgeted planting for 240 trees and has received bids to move this project forward. The department partnered with TXU Energy and Texas Trees Foundation for the planting event. With help from volunteers and community leaders, approximately 185 trees were planted between Hans Suter Park and Cullen Park. Over the next 5 years, donations from TXU will be used to plant 400 more trees. Through the partnership with Texas Tree Foundation, TXU will also provide consultation on selection and planting locations to reduce the urban heat island effect and especially to underserved neighborhoods. Our next tree planting will be April the 20th at Shannon Park, and April 22nd is Earth Day, so we kind of scheduled around that. Goal number 3, next slide. Thank you. Recreational programming involving strategies for recreational program addition, an online mapping tool, and community events. A strategy is to diversify our recreational programs. Programming for Adult Volleyball League was piloted in the fall and was very successful. We are currently registering for adult basketball and volleyball leagues for spring. Parks and Recreation will initiate a new beach volleyball program and league this summer. Parks and Recreation will initiate in our aquatics department dive-in movie nights where multiple facilities and we'll have free swim and movie nights. And also in our aquatics department, we'll be part of the world's largest swim lesson, which will be held at Greenwood RHEB pools. Our online parks mapping tool strategy to prepare is active and online tools that improve public knowledge of system-wide facility offerings. Through the Parks and Recreation homepage, one can access the interactive maps and pinpointing all parks throughout the city. And you can click on one of the park symbols on the map and it will generate the name of the park, location of the park, and the amenities in the park. A strategy for community events to promote and expand family-oriented programming to enhance community identity and education. For Halloween 2023, Parks and Recreation organized an inaugural program. It's called the Boogie Bash, an outdoor event which took place at West Guth Park. And turnout was successful, and upwards to 500 people attended, and will be in a recurring event. And this Saturday, March 23rd, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. at Water's Edge Park, pictures We'll have the egg hunt by the bay. We'll have pictures with the Easter Bunny, games, prizes, inflatables, and food trucks, and over 15,000 eggs that have been filled by our staff. Last year we had 13,000 eggs that were filled with treats and prizes, and last year's attendance was approximately 2,400 people. Goal 4, administration and operations, strategy to prepare a strategic action plan for PRAC that defines their role and priorities. PRAC has created a subcommittee to draft a strategic action plan with the intention to continually update plan each year by identifying additional goals and strategies. Key accomplishments for the PRAC strategic action plan include an informational QR code, signage throughout parks regarding improvements with specific parks and how to adopt a park. A web page created by the committee. It gives information on one's place to promote PRAC awareness. The web page offers PRAC documentation such as bylaws and other strategic plans. Promotion of Adopt a Park program, which is a subcommittee, was created to increase the effectiveness of the program, and improvements have been made to Adopt a Park application process. Ongoing, PARD continues to maintain strategic partnerships with various organizations to enhance the quality of life experience. Community partners include VFIT for the events such as Safe, Fun, Fit, and Endurance Fest, the Buccaneer Commission for Buck Days, Corpus Christi Roadrunners for Beach to Bay Marathon, Downtown Management District for the Christmas tree lighting as well as the Illuminated Boat Parade, Visit Corpus Christi for See You at the Seawall and Water's Edge Music Series during the summer, Friends of Old Bayview Cemetery for the annual Voices of South Texas event, and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And that's my presentation. Questions?
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, can you tell us how many parks have been adopted, and has that been a successful program?
It has been, yes, ma'am, and I think, what's our total number? About 35 parks, and we're continuously updating our website so people see this, see the parks that they can adopt, and we do have, like I said, 35 parks that have been adopted.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, because we were, For the Greater Good has adopted, of course, Caroline Park, I guess since 2017 or something, and you were there this weekend, and how, organizations or groups that do adopt these parks, how it can create a real transformation, because I don't know if you were new, but it was nothing. It was just blank, but now we've got playgrounds, we've got like over 30 trees. So anyway, the other thing that I know, Councilman Hunter mentions it just every now and then, which is having our basketball. Just having some more, maybe some of the parks having more availability to have, basketball hoops. What is the possibility of that? I mean, do we get that request? I know in my district, I do, but I don't know, is that something citywide that?
I think that's always a possibility. We can look at that through our budget process. And obviously, I know in Councilman Suckley's district, some of those basketball courts have been painted into pickleball courts. So, I think depending on where you live, but I think we can obviously look at that come our budget season.
Well, good. The other is, I was asking or wondering, how do you become a strategic partner? At the end of your slide, you've got like these listed partners, and I was just wondering, how do you become a strategic partner?
Well, I think it's groups that we work hand in hand with big events, and obviously VFIT is huge for us. We have our Safe Fun Fit every week, every weekend, and an endurance fest, and obviously Bug Days is huge. And anything. Right. I mean, I think.
But do you have like guidelines? Do you have to like have a certain amount of money, or a certain amount of volunteers, or how do you just?
I think I think
If
we
you
have a
want to
bunch
be,
of
if you
partners
want to
that-
become a strategic partner, you just say, I do want to become one. And
Yes, ma'am, and I think somebody that adopts a park like you and your group, I think they're our partners as well, so.
Okay, well, and one last thing that I hope that my fellow city council members support, which is trees. You know, I understand that we are planting more and more trees, right? But in order to have a real strategic plan and know where we should be planting trees and providing shade and all this, I'm hoping that we can work together. I'm asking the mayor to work on hopefully having a position as an urban forester. I know that, you know, it's not the same. I know we do have arborists, but it's not the same as having an urban forester. And I don't know if you have looked into that or if that, I know that one of your PRAC committees is working on the Tree City USA application. And even though now it doesn't require that you have an urban forester, it does require that you have a tree committee. And that kind of went away. I was part of that. But it went away because we had a volunteer urban forester, which was a requirement of that committee. And once he left, the committee was dissolved. I mean, that was no longer, we were able to do that. So I would like to make sure that we revisit that and see if we can make that, come to fruition. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, well, hang on. Councilman Sucklino Pesley, and then Councilman Roy, and then Councilman Hernandez, and then Councilman Suckley. Did anybody write that down? I can't wait to get back home.
Mine's quick, Robert.
Yes, sir.
When you're looking at park amenities, would you please, and I brought this up with, I think, Peter several months ago, out at West Goose Park, especially around the swimming pool, they have absolutely no shade structures.
Yes, sir.
So when parents bring their kids out there to swim, they're having to sit in the hot sun all day long. So
Oh, yeah, shade.
if we could look at maybe some shade structures for that, it'd be great.
Yes, sir. We were just out there the other day. The new playground is up and some picnic areas out there.
Right.
And obviously the skate park is coming in, so that'll be something we'll look at. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
very
think they
good.
temporarily added, did you all add some shade structures last summer at the pool?
At West,
At West Guth,
At
yeah.
West Guth, yes, there were some
Umbrellas or something?
umbrellas and things like that.
We
went
added
out
some
at the
temporary-
pool. And I don't know if you're referring to outside of the pool area or inside the pool area?
Inside the pool area is what he's
The
talking about.
comments I got were for inside the pool area.
Yeah, he sent
Yes, sir.
pictures, the councilman sent us pictures. I
Yeah.
think they temporarily, but what we have to do there is probably in the bond program, recommend some type of shade treatment. There's no
Yeah.
clubhouse or, so the pool's great and the park is great. That's one
Yeah.
amenity that's missing.
And the pool is actively
Oh,
utilized.
yeah,
during the
that
summer.
park is a great
It
park.
really
Yes,
is.
sir.
It's extremely popular. It's
Right.
almost as popular as Gill's Pool, but it's-
I don't know about that.
And when we open that pool this summer, there'll be plenty of shade out at the pool.
Great.
okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Do the lifeguards have shade?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Roy, and then Hernandez.
So I know Neiman's not here, but I know in terms of the Hillcrest area and the parks that were proposed under that agreement, I
Right.
know you're working on the engineering?
No, the design, yes, sir, the design, so it's about 60% designed, probably a little more than 60% at this point.
Okay.
For there's 4 parks, 3 are in the Hillcrest, Washington Coles, and then we have the Ben Garza.
Ben
Mhm.
Garza.
Yes, sir.
I know that we went back and forth about splash pad versus
Swimming pool.
swimming pool. What did we end up with?
We're going to end up with a meeting this Monday with the state and the federal government in terms of their their civil rights division is what we're meeting with to see what are they going to say. We had some conversations with the TechSot engineer, lead engineer Valente Olivares, and there still seems to be some prevailing desire for the swimming pool, but we'll know more Monday, and I'll keep you posted. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Robert, I wanted to kind of get in some of these things that you brought up. You had mentioned park trails. Do you have a master plan for a connectivity plan for trails within the city?
Do we?
Yes.
As parks, no, sir. Not in parks.
Okay, so if you have a goal of having park trails, how does that coincide with not having a plan?
Well, I know we've worked with other departments, and I wanted to mention I know Ernie's gone, there's a surface to transport block grant that they have in each council district that they're working on for some connectivity. I think there's one in each, there's one in each council district, and I think we're working with them. We work with Public Works quite a bit on some things as far as, the.
Okay, there's the grant to fund something, but what do you fund if you have no plan? So I guess what I'm looking for here is, we spend a lot of time and effort doing a master plan for the parks, which is going to lead to my next question, but I need a master plan for trails that may or may not be in your park system, i.e., you have all these storm drains or canal systems or ditches, whatever you want to call them, stormwater ditches that we can have connectivity with trails that may not be parks related or may not be maintained by parks, but you should still have some sort of plan as to connect those, whether you're mowing the grass around them or not. So if you don't have a plan, how do you have it as a goal? I guess maybe you should make a plan?
Yes, sir.
Master plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe you can work with, I know the guys across the street, or here in this building, sorry, in this building from the MPO should have some semblance of that, but I don't know if we've adopted that for our use, and are we activating it?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Tyler Florence, Assistant Director of Parks. Just to add in on this topic, so we do utilize the active mobility plan that the MPO has created. We look at where those recommendations for trail connectivity linkages are in relation to the parks and where we might build future CIP projects. We're also focusing on building out our intra-park trail system, and we look at the area development plans, and we also refer to the park's 10-year master plan for parks where it recommended building out parks within a trail to get more walking corridors and pathways. So those are some of the current plans we have, and we're planning to propose some of those projects in this next CIP cycle.
Okay, so you're going to bring to council a park trail or trail plan in the near future. Is that what you're telling me?
For intra-park trails, sir, yes.
To coincide with the CIP, which we're going to be discussing, which is part of our budget process. So July timeframe is when you're going to be bringing us a park trail plan?
Yes, sir. For inter-park trails, for connectivity throughout the system, that could be a separate item to do a standalone park trail master plan.
Well, I mean, having something in a CIP that has a general, park trails doesn't really tell you anything. So you got to have something where you say we're going from point A to point B. So
yes, the project description has each trail and has the parks identified, why we identified those parks, and the rationale.
Because, to her credit, what's her name? Del Seuss. What's her first name? Sharon. She's still like, well, hey, let's go get this grant for these park trails. Well, we didn't really have a plan, right? So it's kind of hard to spend money if you don't have no plan. So I'll be looking forward to see an actual plan for connecting stuff. And I told you my recommendation and working with Public Works for what's in District 5. And I can't speak for the other districts, but I think there's some opportunity there to do some connectivity. Okay, so I'll be looking forward to that plan. In terms of the master plan, we have a certain amount of things that we identified, particular types of parks and types of assets that go in those parks. And you had mentioned Maximo. What percentage of assets do you have in Maximo for your park system?
Percentage-wise, I know we have 696 total assets into Maximo. And percentage-wise, do you have any idea? I mean, that's all major assets that we have, so that's quite a.
So that's every piece of park equipment, that, you know, playground equipment, splash pads.
Everything in a pump room.
What's the barbecue pits, the gazebos,
Yes, sir.
you know, whatever you have that's all in there, okay.
I don't want to say all, because but the majority of them, huge assets. I don't want to miss a
It's
barbecue
okay.
pit somewhere or something like that.
It's all right, it's all right. I just want to kind of get kind of an idea of where you're at. Okay, you had mentioned on your discussion of Sherrill Park that you have some phases for the submarine and the helicopter, and that you had some sort of cost for full design built in. So are we not funding a design within the bond project for Sherrill Park?
We're obtaining a cost estimate right now for the full design of Sherrill Park.
Okay, so the reason I say that is because I asked for that policy for us to do design first and then go to another bond for actual construction. So if you have some sort of design plan, it should be part of this bond project so we can actually get the ball rolling, because right now there's no CIP project for Sherrill Park.
That's correct, Councilman. There is one. There was a master plan that was done, but that's not design.
Right, that's not a design.
So we have no design for the park.
So if we want to include it for Sherrill Park, which Councilman Roy was talking about, you need to fund it.
Right.
With it, you know, and then do the construction at a later time, kind of that two-step process.
We're with you
So I
on
would
that.
recommend
Yes,
that you have, you know, at least funding in this bond package for design for Sherrill Park.
Okay, well, that'll be on
That
our
would
list.
placate a lot of veterans in this community.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody saw it on the 5th floor already, they said. Yeah.
Okay, my last one, and near and dear to my heart, as Councilman Pusley has pointed out on several occasions, swimming pools. And do we have a long-term plan or a master plan for our swimming pools within the city?
We don't have a master plan for swimming pools throughout the city, but
Okay, so I'm assuming that there is going to be one sometime.
Yes, sir.
In the next 9 months or so, right? Okay.
I know, and you're looking at
No kidding.
locations. And,
Yeah, you're dreaming big over there, mister.
I'm just
Got 8
saying,
other
you
people that are
can't
gonna be part
do
of the
anything if
bond.
you have no plan, so.
Can't even swim.
All right, let's move it along.
All right. All right,
Thank you.
you know where my head's at.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Plans. Thank you.
And I wanted to, one more thing, and I probably less is more always, but I wanted to let you know that, so we started this, we expedited our Maximo process, and this is for you, sir, that we went on when I got there, I had something that there was like a 2-year implementation plan for parks to get all their assets in. And our team and our assistant directors and our team, we expedited that to 3 months. And that's working with IT, and Peter Collins and his group did great. So I just, like when I mentioned 696 total assets, that was a big project that we took over and that we did in 3 months. So I just want you to be aware of Maximo and like I said,
I'll circle back with you and do a printout of the assets you have and what kind of maintenance program you have for each one of them, and we'll circle back on that.
Yes, sir.
Don't have to discuss it here.
Sure we will. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Robert. Does anybody have, Councilman Suckley, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Just real quick, Robert, on shade structures, on your goal 2 with shade structures, it was already talked about, but I think that's important. We continue to add shade structures to parks. I think it makes our parks way more usable, especially from May to September for folks to get out in the heat to have a shade structure. But I would say that I have seen some of the shade structures we've used, and I know it comes down to cost, but the fabric ones don't seem to last very long in the elements and the sun that we've got here. But I know we have to figure out cost benefit there in terms of where to put them. And then lastly, also in goal 2 was expanding the athletic facilities is also noted, and I think I've talked to Heather before too, is Padre Allen, Flower Bluff do not have any athletic field complexes in either one of those land masses. So I think we ought to continue to look for opportunities. And you know how the sports leagues in Flower Bluff and Padre Island are exploding.
Yes,
and I think we need to continue to evaluate that as an opportunity. Thank you.
And we have conducted we're in the process of pretty much of a strategic review on all of our shade structures, so we'll make sure we get your comments down for sure.
Okay. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you, Robert, for the presentation. I'm encouraged by your commitment to hiking bike trails connectivity. I think it's a good idea. I would echo Councilman Hernandez's suggestion that a plan is needed to help kind of further that process along as well. I'm also encouraged by the tree planting, the commitment to plant still more trees this year, I believe, than we planted last year. I think that's a good idea as well. And lastly, very quickly, I'm going to take liberties here. I think she's all right with me saying this. In public conversation, Barbara Welder paid out compliments both to you and to Lisa Oliver on your staff. And so kudos to you folks. Thanks for doing a good job.
Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, you've heard everyone else's wishes, but if they get their stuff before we get our basketball court in our neighborhood that was taken away from the city and was removed, I will be y'all's worst enemy, I promise you that. And I'm being as serious as I can. Usually I'm joking up here. But mine's about $500,000 and they're asking for about 10 to 20 apiece. So
the bond
I am
just
a big
went
fan
up.
of the trees. I think trees are a good natural shade structure as long as you get the right ones.
Yeah.
But other than that, I do think y'all are doing a great job. And I think that y'all deserve commends because y'all really have been stepping up, especially with the budget you've been given. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so one last thing, and this doesn't have to be addressed here or today, but if it can be brought back, baseball. So our baseball fields. I just want an update, again, doesn't have to be now at all, but just on, have we figured out how we're going to, lease them out, keep, the contracts that were ancient. And so they're kind of, that baseball in itself is just, it's the Wild West. And so I just want to know, this has been an ongoing conversation for years. What is that going to look like, or is there a plan? Are we looking at that? And of course, that has everything to do with our baseball fields and how we can actually care for them if we can. It's a huge endeavor. I recognize that.
So real briefly, Sergeant Gonzalez, Interim Director. We've been working on the baseball fields, Assistant Director, working on the baseball fields, leases, use agreements, pricing, everything very diligently. We'll be coming back to y'all here pretty soon. We're almost about 90% complete with the presentation, and then to get recommendations moving forward from that. So we're really close. Okay. And we need to do this before really October, before they really start taking off in the fall.
Right.
So we're pressed for time because we want to get this out, but we want to do it right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be reaching out to you because I'd like to see that.
Of course.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Just
Yes,
one
ma'am.
more thing on the assets. Now that we're getting water fountains, is that part of the 696 assets? Because I'm sorry, water fountains. Now that we're getting them and the public is using them. How do we keep up with them? Because it seems like we're sort of just lagging. Kudos, really. You've come up a long way, Parks and Rec, again, with what little y'all have on your budget. But I would like to make sure that we include some of this as our assets.
More water fountains is what I'm getting?
Yes, that we
ma'am.
do. We
Okay.
need them.
Yes, ma'am.
And keeping up with the maintenance on them.
And you might as well include a little dog fountain since you're going to be installing them.
All our water
Exactly.
fountains are
Okay.
drinking and for
Right.
the dogs.
Very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Thank you to your team. Thank you for everything y'all are doing. Everybody too, Drew, thank you, and your team for, today. It was a very, very productive day today. And guys, we made some huge strides. And I might add, the very item we were just going to put right through, we spent about an hour on, which was the street pavement. The street pavement. You said, let's look at the presentation. Had we not, that was a very big, very, very important discussion.
Right.
So today was a very progressive day for the city. Water, my God, millions, probably well over 100 million, I think. But anyway, that said, this meeting is adjourned.